Thank you very much. I would have loved one of you to stay back. Who has the lightest drum? Somebody should help me out there. Ani aina tazitowa nnyo asigale mabega. I have some questions to ask. Toko observed. Can I help you? Wow, I was already afraid. I was thinking, how are we going to pull that off? Come here. No. It's from the Middle East. But within the Ugandan audience also, there are those of us. And then there's I don't know whether you call it a rant or the one that goes, that prolonged rant. What do you call it? And could you say those words a little bit slower so we can pick?
I can try.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know how they say neyaziza in Kirundi. So the gentleman performance was the fact that you are distinguished persons and that you are here for big stuff, and High People is a big organization known all over the world, and that what is going to be discussed here is big. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting. Asante sana. All right. Good. As the gentleman makes his way, please, a round of applause. Okay, allow me switch to the microphone so that I do not have to engage my doctor after today on aspects regarding bent back and vocals. Great. We are expecting the more invited guests to arrive anytime now, but for purposes of protocol, ladies and gentlemen, I would love right now to declare that we are getting underway. The performance was one that was designed to make us at ease, but most importantly, begin the vibe on how great the discussions and the deliberations will be today. So, in respect to the nation, we're gonna play the national anthem, a rendition of it, and then the East African anthem, after which we will be able to communicate what is happening next. So, sound engineers, over to you. The patriotic ones can stand. Let's have the national anthem. Thank you very much. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the 25th of June 2025 is a momentous occasion, a landmark event, the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit, a platform, an engagement that is going to reimagine growth. Today, not only within Uganda or Africa, but across the globe, and indeed particular interest and excitement of things and developments coming out of the Middle East does present a huge opportunity, especially for young innovators who stand at the cusp of transformation and are ready, capable to drive the socio-economic agenda. That is what we are going to be listening to. That is what we are going to be discussing. It is what we are going to be engaging on. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we hold fort and wait for many of those that will be speaking to us from across different fields and entities related to today's theme, which is ably stated by the organizers as driving inclusive socio-economic development through digital transformation, I would like to urge each and all of us, especially if you are on X and any other social media platform, to engage on the extreme corner that was where the Wi-Fi password had been shared. Great. Just to ensure that you are on board, the Wi-Fi code is 25DEM, as in DIM, and the name is the Kampala Serena Hotel. So for those of us, including myself, who might have challenges with the connectivity, please, let's engage and use that advantage so that we are able to share, we are able to inform, and also allow those that are not with us here be part of this engagement. I would like to invite the moderator for our very first panel. We have made some amendments to the program, and we shall have for us in as far as the deliberations are concerned. I would like to invite the King of Radio. I've been reliably informed that the designation goes thus. I'm glad to meet King of Radio.
This was for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why it was it is designed like this. I had you complaining.
You got me there.
Yeah, I had you complaining. You're back. Look at me. So, but you look like my father. The way you're so tall, you making me feel like I'm a kid. But praise the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome. Come on, clap for yourselves. Come on. You look too serious. Jesus. Yeah? Turn to your neighbor and tell them, neighbor, you look amazing. Have you said hello to your neighbor, or you just came and sometimes make you feel like the whole world is ending? You don't know who you're seated next to. You do not know. They carry, you're scared, all those things. Come on, that person you're seated next to, you have no idea. They could actually give you a lift from this place and all those things. So say hello to them. Say, neighbor, you look amazing. Tell them stuff like that. Tell them you look beautiful. If they do, if they don't, just look at them and smile. Don't lie to nobody. The PR of High People Music Award. And of course, High People is crazy. But tonight is experiencing. The Middle East and Africa coming together, you know, for digital inclusion. What a wow. Tell your neighbor, what a wow. I'm seeing amazing faces here. Doctor, Yamukama, you're here. Can we clap for the old man of the clan? It's very evident, even with his hair. Yeah, good to see you, sir. And everybody else, my friend, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
What food did you eat? You look too tall. My size.
Interesting that I'm half his size.
And I am
All
40
right.
years and more. Surprisingly, this world is...
It should have given me a little bit of cover not to go past it.
Interesting.
That is Mount Elgon.
Man, hey, from the east.
Ranges of Butaleja.
Okay, for us, we are here on the platform, Kampala.
No doubt.
So we have been
Right.
here, but it's good to have you. It's good to be here. Honestly speaking, personally, I'm really excited. One, because I'm an innovator, and I can't wait to see and learn more, you know. Sometimes we always be thinking, I know too much, until you actually get to meet other people who actually really know way much more. Forge a way forward for Africa as a region. I am like Trump, you know, is incredibly amazing. And how they've made it and how they've been able to achieve it, those are some of the things we're actually trying to integrate as well, and then see that actually Africa also is in the same space. So thank you so much, COMESA Business Council as well. Please, can we clap for COMESA Business Council? For, you know, this initiative. High people at the same time. Can we clap for high people one more time? City and national guidance. This won't be possible if you didn't come along and then choose to actually do this. So thank you very much, and so on and so forth. So feel free, relax up, loosen up. I know today is a Wednesday, yeah, but at least it's not a Monday. Yeah, not a Tuesday either. So it's a Wednesday, it's nearing the weekend. Can we loosen up, all right? I know you're all putting on suits. So loosen up, feel free. It's going to be a beautiful one. And also, don't you forget that His Excellency will also be joining us in a bit. But light up, guys. This room looks too serious.
All right.
Bless you.
Thank you, King of Radio. Applause for the King of Radio. We would love to tune in sometime and listen to that great voice as you do the broadcasting work. All right, thank you for setting the pace. Let me share a snippet of some of the transformational aspects and allow us to dive into the amazing story that is the Middle East. Most of us engage mostly with the Dubai. When you go to Dubai and see the amazing infrastructure, the amazing scenery, you begin to wonder how things happen in certain places that don't happen the way they should or ought to in other places. The other day I was listening to the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and he spoke about the story of the transformation of some of these amazing places in the Middle East. Is that at the cusp of the previous century, people were making all sorts of offers, and many of them rejected the need to go into the sands to be able to transform these places into what they are today. But there were gentlemen who looked at the opportunities and said, no, we have what it takes, we are going to do whatever it takes. And that is the mantra that forms the ATMs, that is the agriculture, tourism, minerals-based and science and technology drive that government is putting forward. And I thought that is something that we should also replicate. I'm glad we have dignitaries from the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the Middle East. A hand. I'll call up Nicholas. He's one that leads operations at High People, and of course holds a lot more titles that will first engage us. If you don't mind, please take over, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Kalunji, like here the host has mentioned, Head of Operations at High People. We thank you so much for turning up today. We thank God that has kept you alive and kicking. This is the first edition of the Middle East Africa Digital Transformation Summit. As you know, usually first things come with a lot of opportunities and challenges therein. But those that know the High People story will tell you that whenever we start something, it always becomes a very big thing. 20 years ago, High People started, I was 14 years then. I'm now 35, and you can see the fruits of High People. 15 years ago, we started the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, Digital Impact Awards Africa, and the results are there for all to see. Around 16 years ago, we started the High People Music Awards, and 16 years later, we are the most legitimate music empowering, awarding, and recognizing platform across Africa. I will say across Africa because in the past 16 years, we have been the most consistent. Others have come with billions of money, 2 years and they disappear, but High People has been consistently recognizing, awarding, and appreciating African artists for 16 consecutive years. Now, the same story will be told about the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit, but importantly, because today we are on the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit, this is our first edition. I can promise that with the help of God, 15 years later, we shall hold a very mega one covering over 1 million people in attendance, among other things. Like Wesley and the co-host have indicated, we have a very big program today, a lot of expectations, and we are going to make sure we surpass all your expectations. Like he noted, we have been doing a few housekeeping things, and after my brief introduction, we are going to kick off the program as it is. We expect our chief guest to be here. We expect the guest of honor to be here in a moment. I understand our patron, the State Minister for ICT, has just arrived. She will be stepping in here in a moment. The team from COMESA Business Council is already here. The team from High People is already here. All our guests are 40% already in the house. Another 10% are outside on the carpet and making their way in. So in the next 5-10 minutes, we should be good to go. And you're going to run the program as it is. Like the team from CBC will let you know by 8 a.m. we are ready. But you know Africans want to be very smart. And because of wanting to be smart, ladies and gentlemen have been doing a few makeups here and there. But now, as you can look at your neighbors, everyone is smart and ready for the summit to start. All I'm trying to say is the 1 hour delay has been because you have been waiting for all our guests to be here, not because you weren't ready. Doc, you testify that by 8, we are all systems ready to go. But we are waiting for our teams, our guests, our special people to be here. Like I noted, our patron, the Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebugwawo, has arrived. We can clap for her as makes her way. She's here on time to make sure we kick off. We waited to make sure that our patron is here as we start. Now that our patron has made her way here, we are going to start our program with a few introductions from our CEO, then the first panel discussion, then the speeches, presentations, panel discussions, and so many other things will follow in that order. As our patron takes her seat, Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebugwawo, you are most welcome. We are very happy to have you. We are always honored to have you here, but importantly, we are always very happy for all the great things you do for us in our absence. Like they say, the person that best supports you is one that says positive things about you and defends you in your absence. Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebugwawo pushes digital transformation, pushes innovation, pushes work by High People and other young people in their absence. She comes here to bring results of what she has been pushing. We are always very happy for all the great work she does for us. Thank you so much. Without wasting a lot of time, I'm going to invite our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, to do introduction remarks, and we shall kick off with the first panel discussion. Thank you so much. Innocent, you're much welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. For some reason, I actually thought it was probably an evening right now. I have so many things to say today, but I'll say the least I can. And I'll follow protocol wherever I can, but the room is already very colorful. But allow me, first of all, welcome you all to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Also allow me start very informally. Henry, please stand up wherever you are. Please, if you can see him, when you see him anywhere, please thank him on my behalf. Dr. Jonathan, please stand up. As well, please, when you see him somewhere, please thank him for me. Teddy, please stand up. You should also clap and thank him for me. Where's Joseph? Jimbo. At least you've seen Nicholas, our Chief Operations. Please, you can sit. Malumbo, where is Malumbo? Oh, please stand up. So Malumba has sent, I think, hundreds of emails about this project over the last almost 1 year. And Modaliso, please stand up. I've not forgotten you. I'm starting very informally. And every one of you, please clap for yourselves for being pioneers of something we believe in so much. So the few names I've actually mentioned are individuals that are from the start, in order of how I mentioned them, been very key in making sure the conversation of this summit actually happens. And today, part of the reasons that we are here is because they actually have believed in it and made an effort. Dr. Jonathan, CEO, Teddy, from our partners, COMESA Business Council, believed in this before we even had an icon, a logo for the event. So it makes so much sense for us to actually know it makes sense to everyone because they believed in it. Myself and Henry had the first conversation about this summit when High People won the CEO of the Year and Most Innovative Financial Inclusion Organization Award for Middle East and Africa last year in June, around this time. So, and that is particularly how this actually starts. Mr. Watasa, please stand up. You might think I actually forgot you. So, I think Mr. Watasa was already getting angry that I am seated here, and this man is not even mentioning me. So Mr. Matasa is and still will be the chairperson of the steering committee of the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Also as the Commissioner for Communication from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. We thank you, Mr. Watasa. So, of course, Nicholas left this microphone after talking about our patron, a very generous patron, one of her kind, OHT, Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sevugwao, I remember sometime in December last year, he told me that we should not mind about calling him even if it is 3 a.m. in the night. If it is important and we need it to happen, but I quote the word need. If we need it, if we just want it, then we can let her sleep. But if we need it to happen, then we should call her any day, any time. So this summit today, in very simple words, I might say, means the world to us, especially because of the fact that the Middle East and Africa grows to a GDP of close to $8.4 trillion. And especially for the fact as well that by 2050, this region will have an estimated 1.2 billion youth under 30 years. So we cannot in any way underestimate the importance of what we have. So allow me go formally. Thank you. Of course, Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, in absentia, but represented by the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, who will be coming in soon. Honorable Ministers, our patron, distinguished delegates, our partners, innovators, and friends, welcome to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. It gives me pleasure to welcome you here and to thank God that this is also going to happen over and over again. I am privileged to lead an organization that made 20 years this year, and I'm happy to have been a part of the organization from its first year. And today, as we gather for the MIA Summit, we should all recognize that this is a defining moment for Africa and also for the Middle East. Because this, in my own opinion, is something I believe creates a connection to opportunities that like never before in the region and the entire world. Over 1.4 billion people within Africa and the Middle East are youth. And that in many senses makes us the youngest and the fastest growing region across the world. With over an US dollars 8.4 trillion GDP for the region, the least we can believe or think about is maximizing the digital dividend. I mean, leveraging the digital capacities that there is to ensure we deliver the best value that we can ever for our people, for youth, for women, for children, and everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit is co-organized by high people, the COMESA Business Council, whose president, CEO, and the other team are also here joining us today. Please clap for them. In collaboration with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Like I mentioned, our patron, who also happens to be the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, and also, in my opinion, who happens to be the best minister in the country. That is my opinion, yeah. So it is okay for anyone to take it or leave it, but it is a very humble opinion, and I've said it so many times. We are very privileged to have the team from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, especially with the patronage of the Honorable Minister, Honorable Joyce Nabosa Sebugwao, and our steering board chairperson, Mr. who actually makes sure that we connect every plug we can with government and the presence of individuals, prominent individuals, transform the world all the way from across Africa. We have who are our everywhere, not so? Of course, have Professor, please wave to everyone. Peter and your team. And each of these individuals are shaping the future of inclusive finance, technology network, which is much represented here. Matteo, are you here? Yeah. Oh, yes, yes. University in Frankfurt, Professor. Makerere University, UCU, and University in Europe. No, in German. And maybe number what? I know it's the best university in Europe. So we're having a convening of very key individuals. It's a huge opportunity for anyone doing business across Africa, sits in the COMESA region. So for all those who want to do agriculture, you know where to come to. True about as well the catalytic role in people. Solutions like Clinic Pesa, digital finance and payments, Kau, PesaJet, solutions like Hamwe are connecting farmers directly to buyers, relative investment, and they're building resilient digital infrastructure from bottom up, being real community problems stand for. When combined, MTN is $200 million recent stake. Flutterwaves is $475 million over the last 5 years. And this demonstrates remarkable transformation and a market that we all cannot underestimate. MTN alone raises and supports transactions of more than $95 billion annually for the last 3 years. And this demonstrates immense scale and potential of Africa's digital ecosystem. The payment system now processes over $50 billion in. And this highlights the nation's leadership in digital financial services growth across Uganda, California Technology Forum, showcase my doctor's AI-powered energy solution. We highlight the kinds of solutions born when innovation meets purpose and when technology is made truly inclusive for everyone. I call upon all of us, government, the private sector, development partners, to move boldly from conversations to investment, from pilot to scale, and ideas to impact. Together, let us chart the future where no one is left behind. Thank you all. May God bless you. Welcome to the Middle East and Africa Digital Summit. Thank you.
For those remarks and setting the pace and officially being able to welcome us to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite our panelists as well as the host who will be moderating this particular panel. The panel will be tackling Islamic finance as a driver for inclusive financial digital transformation as well as innovation. Our moderator, please make your way. Nadia Nanteza Molka, the Chief Executive Officer at LifeX Africa. She's also the co-founder of ITII. As our moderator makes her way to the podium, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it easy for her, but most importantly, appreciate her with a hand clap. All right. As the moderator prepares herself to marshal this particular conversation on Islamic finance as a driver for inclusive financial digital transformation and innovation, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Mutebi Alawi, the CEO Eurostat Group. Please make your way to the podium. Thank you for making time. Great to see you. Dr. Abdul Hafiz Walusimbi, a Sharia scholar and chairman of the Insurance Training College, please make your way. Sophia Chigozi, a partner at COMESA Advocates. She's a trailblazing lawyer, one who has demonstrated profound knowledge but also expertise in aspects Islamic finance. All right. Dr. Ahmed Twaha Kasule, Director, Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala. Please make your way to the podium. All right. I'm also reliably informed that Dr. Ashraf Mutagubia, the Islamic Commercial Sharia expert, Islamic Finance Hub, is supposed to be with us this morning, but is not yet here. For now, though, I'll allow the moderator to take on this particular conversation and also marshal it as ably as she will. I'll deliver this microphone to you so you can be able to look at your panel.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm seeing beautiful people. I'm not seeing enough smiles. Can I see more smiles? All right. This is the Middle East and African Summit, and we are talking about togetherness. We are talking about digital inclusion. We are talking about Islamic finance, particularly for this panel. And our theme is Islamic finance as the driver for inclusive financial digital transformation and innovation. When we speak about digital transformation across the Middle East and Africa, we cannot ignore the contribution of Islamic finance. And with Africa hosting approximately 40% of the global Muslim population and the Middle East being predominantly a Muslim community, the potential for Islamic finance systems to reshape inclusion and innovation is enormous. This, despite the potential across the region, access to Sharia-compliant financial services remains limited in terms of penetration rates, which are under 15% in many regions. Most of you have heard of Islamic finance, and probably if there is a bit of knowledge, it is entirely about Islamic finance and banking, but there is more to that. Today, our panel is going to explore how the principles of Islamic finance can be advanced through the digital innovation, cooperative platforms, and legal frameworks. I'm joined by esteemed panel representing Sharia scholars, legal expertise, and cooperative leadership, digital innovation, and economics. We are going to be discussing what does it mean for us to be inclusive. The Muslim community in the region, not only in Uganda, but when we look at Africa, has not been fully inclusive or included in the financial discussions, not because it's not a player in the system, but because probably there is not enough knowledge or we have not yet fully embraced. And this is our step to full inclusion. Let me introduce our panel members. I'll start with Dr. Abdul Hafiz Walusimbi, a Sharia scholar and the chairman of Insurance Training College. Sorry, a bit. Dr. Walusimbi is an Islamic law authority and educator who holds a PhD in Islamic law and serves as a lecturer and head of the Sharia department at the Islamic University in Uganda. He as well teaches religion and peace studies at Makerere University, advises national bodies on halal standards and zakah. As an ITC board chair, he guides the development of Sharia-compliant insurance training and regulation. Dr. Walusimbi brings a deep insight into how Islamic legal principles can ensure ethical finance and protect consumers within modern financial systems. Kindly say salam.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you.
Okay, Dr. Kasule Twaha Ahmed is a distinguished economist, an Islamic finance scholar, and the director of the Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus. With a strong academic background in development economics and Islamic financial systems, Dr. Kasule has authored several research papers on the integration of Islamic finance principles into Africa's economic development models. He actively promotes Islamic finance literacy in Uganda and the East African region through academic programs, community outreaches, and his work focuses on how zakah, waqf, and Sharia-compliant financial instruments can support poverty reduction and ethical wealth redistribution. As both a scholar and a practitioner, Dr. Kasule brings deep insight into the policy, research, and institutional frameworks necessary to grow Islamic finance in Uganda. Doctor, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone.
Ms. Chigozi Sophia, she's a commercial and projects and Islamic finance practitioner, a partner at COMESA Advocates and co-founder, Islamic Finance Hub Uganda. Her practice entails legal advisory on the commercial and legal aspects of Islamic finance transactions. She has given legal advisory to government, multinational companies, and corporations, both on policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks, establishment for the sector, as well as legal structuring for particular transactions. With 10 years legal practice experience, holding an LLB at MOOC and an MBA in finance, currently pursuing a Master's of Islamic Banking and Finance with BIBF and at Convertory University, UK. She's also an alumni at the Cambridge Islamic Finance and she's undergoing a leadership program with the Cambridge Islamic Finance Structuring Master, a student of Muft Faraz Adam on the application of the AAOIFI standards from Masakid and Usual Lens. She will be explaining more of those titles briefly. Sophia, kindly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted to be here.
And Mr. Mtebi Alawi, the CEO and Eurosat Group, the founder, Islamic Technology and Innovation Initiative, ITII. He's pioneering Islamic Fintech entrepreneurship in Uganda and the founder of an innovation that is catering to the Islamic entrepreneurship ecosystem. As the CEO of Eurosat Group, he leads the development of Sharia-compliant digital platforms and empowers cooperatives, circles, schools, and other businesses to provide ethical and inclusive financial services. His innovations include FinSat ERP and EduSat ERP, enabling thousands of users to access interest-free savings and loan systems, digital school management, and Islamic financial service tailored to underserved communities. Kindly.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam means peace, so whoever is not a Muslim, I hope you do not feel out of place. It only means that we wish each other peace. All right, I guess let's get into it. Just a bit of an introduction on my side. As said earlier, I'm the CEO of LifeX Africa and the founder, the Islamic Technology and Innovation Initiative, ITII. And as a social entrepreneur, a nutritionist, and a lactation consultant, I'm blending Islamic financial tools in the health innovation. And with it, we are seeing thousands of mothers supporting themselves access health services with our platforms, the NutriFintracy platform. Getting into the session, I'll start with Dr. Hafiz Walsimbi. So before we explore the different opportunities and innovations in Islamic finance, we would like to begin with, obviously, understanding the foundation of Islamic finance. What does it truly mean from the Sharia perspective?
I want to start by thanking the moderator and also thank the august audience and also the conveners of this event for granting us the opportunity to be here on this panel in this morning. I also want to warm up our moods when it comes to Islamic finance and how does it feature in the Middle East Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Now, Islamic finance, just like the way it sounds, it is a composition of two terms. One is Islamic, the second is finance. Of course, by scanning through the faces of the audience, I can make a conclusion that we are all comfortable with what finance means. Now, what is Islamic finance? Islamic finance is a new product on the market that we need to explore, that we need to study, because it is seen as a new opportunity that we can actually delve in order to expand our finance inclusion. Islamic finance mainly is based on the Sharia principles And you know, in many cases, whenever we talk about Sharia, many people think or perceive it negatively. So what is Sharia? Sharia is simply Islamic law, or it is the law that is based on Islamic principles. Now, when we look at Islamic finance, there is also a misconception that maybe Islamic finance is only for Muslims, and that is not also correct. It's a product. You know, when you look at Sharia generally, it has two main branches. There is one branch that deals with worship, and of course, that is a preserve for Muslims. And then there is another branch that deals with transactions, economic transactions. And of course, in a country that we are in, like Uganda, I'm not aware of any supermarket, for instance, whereby it is only attracting maybe customers of one faith. We all enter into the supermarket. Now, what differs is which product do you want to pick out of the supermarket. So I enter into the supermarket, I need a soda, because to me it is Sharia compliant. It does not have any contradiction with my Islamic principles, and then the other one can go in for any other product. So when we talk about Islamic finance, we are talking about a system that is based on a number of principles. But in the interest of time, let me single out 5 of them. Number 1, it is seeking to promote fairness, equity, and justice. That is the first principle. So any economic transaction or financial transaction that you get involved into, the Sharia people shall be interested to find out whether it really promotes fairness, does it promote equity, does it promote justice. That is the first principle. The second principle is about the prohibition of interest. You know, now our banks are running, the conventional banks, they are mainly running on interest. From the Islamic perspective, interest is not acceptable. Now, if it is not acceptable, the question shall be, what is the alternative? And it is that alternative that gives us the third principle of Sharia, that is providing the interest-free finance modes or finance systems. And that's why today, as you may be aware, the Financial Institutions Act has been amended. The Islamic finance regulations have been made. We are now talking about the takaful, that is Islamic insurance, to ensure that that kind of inclusion is ensured to all people who would like actually to go for that kind of a product. Another principle is a principle of mutual consent, which is actually well known, that in any contract there should be mutual consent. And then finally, prohibition of any form of appropriation of property without right. So generally speaking, when we talk about Islamic finance, those are the principles that we're talking about, and these principles are not discriminative to religion, to culture, or anything of that kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz. You said the principles of Islamic finance are focusing on equity, justice, and fairness. Ms. Chugozi Sophia, would like you to simply and practically give an overview of the current Islamic finance legal framework in Uganda and beyond, if possible.
Thank you so much, Malka. A very good morning again to everyone here. I'm very delighted to be at the Africa Middle East Digital Transformation Summit. The organizers, thank you so much for putting together a wonderful event and for incorporating a discussion on this timely topic of Islamic finance innovation. We're going to be speaking a lot about innovation and digital transformation for the next 3 days. And I just want to make sure that I gear my submission in that direction. Ms. Malka has asked that I give a brief overview of the legal environment in Uganda as far as Islamic finance is concerned, and I'd like to start by saying that Islamic finance is a creature of innovation. When you look at the history of Islamic finance globally, it arose out of the need of a specific category of Muslims specifically, though it has spread to be embraced by all people of different religious inclinations, but it specifically came up as a social corporate responsibility aspect to cover specific needs of Muslims that wanted to consume Sharia-compliant financial products. So coming down several decades later, coming down here in Uganda in 2016, we saw the very first amendment to the Financial Institutions Act of Uganda. That was amendment number 2 of 2016 that introduced Islamic banking. So Islamic banking was not operationalized in Uganda immediately with that amendment. It was only with the second amendment to the Financial Institutions Act in 2023 that officially operationalized Islamic finance, and we saw Salam Bank being issued with the first operational Islamic banking license to operate as a fully fledged Islamic finance bank. So the banking sector is up and running. In 2018, the Islamic banking regulations were also passed that guide on the procedure for financial institutions that are licensed by Bank of Uganda to carry out banking
Thank you so
and
much.
financial services.
Thank you so much. Just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise up and welcome Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda. Honorable Robin Anabanja, you are much welcome to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Honorable Robin Anabanja has makes her way together with Honorable Chris Bariomonsi, the Cabinet Minister for Information, Communication and Technology. Welcome so much, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda. You are much welcome to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit, together with Honorable Chris Bariomonsi, the Cabinet Minister for ICT. You are much welcome. Much welcome. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, and Honorable Chris Bariomonsi, the Cabinet Minister for ICT. You are much welcome to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. As you are making your way, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, we are having a panel discussion around Islamic banking and what it can do to transform your people, the last mile people, the people in the villages, the people that are the parish development model targets. The panelists in front of you there are discussing ways how we can use Islamic banking. Thank you so much. MC, let us speak to the sound team for the anthems. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let us stay standing for the anthems.
tubariki malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu tuimarike, umoja wetu, jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi, na tulinde uhuru na amani. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, umoja wetu, idumu jumuiya yetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please take your seats. Once again, we welcome the Right Honorable. I hand over to Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, comrade from High People. My name is Moses Watasa, Commissioner Communication from Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Right Honorable Prime Minister, it's such a blessing to have you with us. Let's clap for Right Honorable Prime Minister and give her an applause. Thank you so much, our Minister, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Chris is also Minister for Guidance. So Honorable, you can guide by way of a wave at our people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mama Owechitiwa, Mama Joyce Sebugwao. You can also wave to our visitors, our dignitaries. It's a good day in Uganda. The weather is good, as you can see. Our friends from Silicon Valley, from the Middle East, from Europe and the rest of the world, welcome to the Power of Africa. Thank you so much for making this happen. So clap for yourselves. Uganda is good. Uganda is beautiful. The people are so good and welcoming. We are right across the equator. That's why you see our weather is so good. It's like this, by the way, throughout the year. Temperatures average 24 to 30 degrees all across the year. So it's a good country. We can do business here. You can invest. It is safe. It's also one of the greatest tourism destinations across the globe. I see my good friend, the immediate former ED of UTB is here. Where is Lillian? Lily Wave also. She has been the head of Uganda Tourism Board. There are sites in Uganda like no sites anywhere else in the world. We have attractions that you can find only in Uganda. So if your program allows, please look around. We are on standby to support you, so you can look around Uganda. We are also available to support you to invest in Uganda, because Uganda is ripe for investment. We have a tight program. Our political leaders are going for which are actually underway. We are going to make it short so that the panel can continue after that. I am going to request Mama Owechitiwa, Joyce Sebugwao, to come and say, hi people. to say hello to you, but also to bless us. We like her so much. She's our light. She's our guiding rudder. We love her so much, and she always inspires us with words of wisdom. Owekitiibwa, please come and address our people from all over the world. Thereafter, we are going to have our minister, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. Honorable, you'll come and talk to us, and thereafter invite our Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja. We are so blessed, Right Honorable. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Honorable Chris. Thank you, Mama. Mama, it's my honor to receive you and invite you to talk to your people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watasa, for that introduction. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Nabanja, who is the head of government department, government business in Uganda, the Prime Minister, distinguished delegates, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit 2025, hosted here in the beautiful Republic of Uganda. On behalf of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, I extend our warmest greetings and heartfelt appreciation for your presence at this important gathering. Your attendance is a powerful statement to our shared commitment to building an inclusive, secure, and innovative digital future for our people. This summit marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to harness the power of digital transformation to drive inclusive growth, innovation, and socio-economic development across our regions. The presence of so many esteemed leaders, technologists, investors, policymakers, and development partners reflects our united purpose to accelerate progress throughout collaboration and innovation. Over the next few years, let us seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, explore strategic partnerships, and shape forward-looking policies that will help us leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution, ensuring that no one is left behind. Uganda remains deeply committed to regional cooperation in digital innovation, infrastructure development, and skills enhancement, key enablers of a sustainable digital economy. We have prioritized ICT as a cornerstone of our national development strategy, focusing on expanding broadband connectivity, promoting e-government services, building digital skills, and nurturing local innovation ecosystems. As we engage in these important discussions, I urge us to place people at the center of our digital transformation efforts. The digital revolution we envision must uplift communities, empower youth and women, exchange service delivery, and bridge the digital divide within and between our nations. To our international guests, we welcome you warmly. May you find Uganda not only hospitable, but also inspiring. a country of creativity, resilience, and boundless opportunity. Let us use this summit to reaffirm our common vision of a connected, inclusive, and digitally empowered future for Africa and the Middle East. I look forward to the insights, collaborations, and commitments that will emerge from our dialogue. I wish you productive discussions and a successful summit. Thank you very much, and let me take the opportunity of inviting my senior minister, Dr. Chris Baryomonsi, to come and deliver his speech and welcome you all. I thank you. You wanted the program? No, we don't need it. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joyce Sebuao, our Minister of State for ICT. The Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, representing His Excellency the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, my colleague ministers present, representatives from COMESA, delegates from sister governments and development agencies, the private sector delegates, our government officials present, members of the press, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Chris Baryomonsi. I'm Uganda's minister in charge of ICT and the national guidance. And as we say these days that the future is digital, I am the minister in charge of your future, because we are all looking into the future. And I take the opportunity to welcome our Right Honorable Prime Minister, who is here with us, representing His Excellency the President. May I request the audience to once again welcome her. Right Honorable Nabanja is a Member of Parliament, representing Kakumiro District in Western Uganda, and our current Prime Minister. She has served the government as a minister, now as the Prime Minister. And she has a local name called Majegere. Majegere, for those who are Ugandans, is a bulldozer. If she wants this building to get down now in 1 minute, it will get down. She's as energetic as the name sounds. So we want to welcome you and thank you for finding time to come and represent HE, the President. Before I invite her, permit me to make a few remarks, comments of welcome, and then shortly I will be inviting her. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you, our dear participants from within and outside Uganda, to the 2025 edition of Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Like the Master of Ceremonies said, Uganda was described by the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, Churchill, who traveled the whole of Africa. And when he went back to Britain, he wrote a book and described Uganda as the pearl of Africa. He had seen the other countries in Africa, with due respect to the African colleagues, but he chose to describe Uganda as the pearl of Africa. So we Ugandans, we usually proudly say, you haven't been to Africa, not until you come to Uganda. So welcome to Africa, welcome to Uganda, welcome to the Pearl of Africa. Feel at home and be comforted. We want to assure you that we are peaceful, the country is stable. You can walk at night in the city of Kampala. You can drive to any corner of the country at night without any fear of anything. So welcome and feel at home. Permit me, our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to salute you and once again thank you for setting aside time to come and officiate at the opening ceremony of this great conference. Your presence here has affirmed and cemented the high-profile stature that the summit is, considering it has brought together thought leaders in digital technologies from Africa, the Middle East, and the other parts of the world. I am seeking your indulgence, Madam Prime Minister, to acknowledge and applaud our partners, the Business Council of the Common Market of Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, and High People, a Ugandan technology entity, for collaborating with my Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to organize this summit. We are proud to work with you and our other partners in organizing this summit. Let's put together our hands and appreciate COMESA and High People, the partners that have worked together with us, the government of Uganda, to put up this wonderful conference that has gathered us here, and we shall be here for the next 3 days. I would like in a special way to recognize and applaud my colleague, the Minister of State for ICT, Honorable Joyce Sebulwao, the Minister of State who has just invited me. She has been the brain behind the coordination, and would like to say thank you, Mama Sebulwao, for the mobilization, the coordination, and all the energies you have put in to see to it that we are gathered here and successfully holding this conference. Being hosted for the first time in Uganda, this Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit is not only timely, but also packed with possibilities. More than ever, Africa, the Middle East, and indeed our globe is being driven by digital technologies. And as such, here in Uganda, ICT remains central to our quest for rapid and inclusive socio-economic transformation now and for the future. We commend His Excellency the President for the clear vision that has ICT and digital transformation among our core pillars for job and wealth creation in Uganda. Our President is a great champion for issues technology here in Uganda. As the ministry responsible for ICT, we remain totally committed to fostering an enabling environment as per our National Development Plan, which is also aligned to the Africa Agenda 2063 and the Global Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm glad to note that we are progressing well with our ICT industry already employing over 1.3 million Ugandans across its value chain. With the digital transformation as a major flagship program, we can only achieve more. Moreover, this summit is presenting us with more opportunities for wider collaboration here in Africa, the Middle East, and the rest of the world. We are seeing greater possibilities to expand digital infrastructure, e-government services, and e-commerce. We are envisaging more opportunities to collectively explore broadening connectivity, delivering affordable internet, enhancing cybersecurity, digital skills, strengthening software development, leveraging artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies. We are here to consolidate existing partnerships and break ground for new ones. This way, we should collectively shape, drive, and sustain a digital agenda that delivers even bigger rewards for Africa, the Middle East, and indeed the whole world. Therefore, the government of Uganda, through our Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, will maintain the collaboration with the COMESA's Business Council, high people, and all of you distinguished partners here present as we explore even more partnerships. Let's share, let's learn, let's adapt. We acknowledge that there is a huge digital divide between the global north and the global south. But even when you look in the context of south-south collaboration, we still have a digital divide. Looking at the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, and our presence here is a testimony that we are all committed to ensuring that we bridge this gap so that digital transformation becomes a reality across the world, including here in the developing world. So we look forward to a very interesting engagement in the next 3 days. And as a country, as a government, we are committed. That's why the President established a ministry responsible for ICT, whose key responsibility is to drive the digital transformation process in this country. And we are ready to work with all of you to see that all these plans that we have become a reality. It is now my utmost honor to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, who is our chief guest, representing His Excellency, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to come and give us her remarks and officially open the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit here in Kampala 2025. So thank you very much. May God bless all of you.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, Minister of ICT and National Guidance, the Honorable Joyce Sebugwao, the Minister of State, ICT, representatives from COMESA, representatives of sister governments, development agencies, the private sector delegates, our government officials, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am here to represent our President, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and I bring you greetings and best wishes from him. He wrote a speech which I'm going to read verbatim. And it goes, I am pleased to welcome you, all our visitors who have come to Uganda to attend the 2025 edition of the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. It is an honor for us to host this summit for the first time. Thank you for choosing Uganda. I am informed that we have here with us delegates from Africa, the Middle East, Europe, America, the Far East, and the other parts of the world. Welcome, indeed, and please feel at home here in the Pearl of Africa. I would like to applaud our organizers for all the efforts that have enabled us to host this summit in Uganda. In this regard, I recognize in a special way the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA, Business Council, our Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, the High People Foundation, for the tireless efforts towards organizing this summit. The summit is both timely and highly relevant to our collective development aspirations now and for the future. This is because globally, every aspect of social, economic, and political endeavor is happening within the digital sphere, driven by or hugely influenced by ICT. Here in Uganda, we have digital transformation as a priority government program. And the core pillar we are harnessing for improved and inclusive social, economic growth and development. As such, this summit is a high potential forum for further learning and sharing and networking in as far as emerging technologies are concerned. This contributes towards increased shared prosperity with more opportunities for our people in Africa, the Middle East, and indeed the rest of the world. This is why Uganda is and remains an active member of the regional and global development frameworks. Indeed, Uganda's National Vision 2040 and our National Development Plan 4, that is 2025-2030, are heavily anchored in leveraging digital technologies. Our development agenda is also aligned to the Global Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, the UN Agenda of 2030, and the Africa Agenda of 2063, with the ICT as the common enabler. I am therefore glad to note that this summit will extensively explore emerging technologies for e-government services, investment, enhanced efficiency in energy, environment, smart employment, and wealth creation for our people. I'm also glad to note that this summit has brought together policymakers, ICT industry leaders, development agencies, innovators, academia, private sector players, youth and women leaders, and international partners, all united by a shared vision of accelerating inclusive digital transformation across our region. The summit should, therefore, facilitate in-depth exploration of advanced digital solutions, emerging breakthroughs for economic growth, inclusive financial systems, resilient infrastructure, and efficient delivery of public services to our people. This summit must not end by showing nice PowerPoint presentations. I challenge you, the scientists, the private sector, the innovators, to go deep. Let us discuss inclusive financial systems, artificial intelligence, data sovereignty, blockchain, cyber security, smart agriculture, e-health, e-government, and affordable connectivity for the masses. And yes, let us also talk about manufacturing ICT equipment right here in Africa, instead of importing used computers from other parts of the world. Outcomes from this summit should, among others, include a closer collaboration ecosystem that ensure that Africa and Middle East keep at pace with emerging and fast-paced global digital trends. This way, we shall be able to optimally tap into the opportunities therefrom, while coping better with associated challenges. Here in Uganda, our government policy direction will remain strongly in support of further deepening and expanding the use of digital technologies under regional and global frameworks like this one. We are specifically interested in partnerships for manufacturing ICT devices, affordable clean energy kits, developing ICT parks, software development, expanding infrastructure for internet connectivity, and building data centers. We are similarly open to collaboration in skills development for younger ICT innovators, providing cheaper and faster internet, among others. Uganda is ripe for investment, and our government offers generous incentives for viable partnerships in all these and other areas. Therefore, I am directing the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to comprehensively document the resolutions from this summit, especially those areas for deeper collaboration, so that our government can act on them expeditiously. In so doing, the ministry should maintain close collaboration with COMESA, High People Foundation, and other friendly actors to seamless continuity. I invite you all to work with us to mobilize more resources for investment in ICTs and other segments in our economy. Uganda is peaceful from border to border and strategically located in the heartland of Africa. It has vast natural resources, good weather, adequate electricity, a younger, vibrant, increasingly skilled population, among others. Where your schedules allow, I also urge our international guests, after the conference, don't run away or don't rush away. Tour Uganda, climb the Rwenzori, visit the source of the Nile, taste our coffee, bananas, pineapples, the sweetest in the world, and interact with our people who are warm and welcoming. I am also inviting you to be our ambassadors in promoting Uganda as a ripe destination for developing digital technologies for business and for tourism. Finally, let this summit in Kampala be a forum at which we add major buildings blocks towards developing and sustaining a digital transformation agenda that works for Africa, the Middle East, and indeed for humanity across our globe. I now have the honor to declare the 2025 edition of the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit open. And wish you good and productive deliberations. I thank you. General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you very much. Can we give another hand of applause to the Right Honorable Mama Mama, before you go, I request you to stay a little behind so that we have a photo moment. We'll have Owech Tiwa, our CEO at High People, Dr. Chris Honorable as well.
So allow me to hand over this speech because it has a directive from the President to the Minister of ICT and National Guidance.
Okay. Thank you very much. And of course, we'll have our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, a National Independence Medalist.
I am also handing it over the Minister of State for ICT.
And handing it over to the CEO of High People, a National Independence Medalist. Thank you very much. So let's have a group photo.
Okay.
Doctor,
the team from COMESA Business Council, please also make your way up. The team from the COMESA Business Council, and join the honorables alongside the right honorable for this photo. Photographers, just a moment.
On behalf of CS International, my name is Peter Kuo. I'm the CEO of CS International from Silicon Valley. It's my honor to present the president with this gold bar to represent the prosperity of Uganda for the future. And we're super honored to be the bridge of this technology digital summit. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you very much. CEO, and thank you very much. All right, we'll definitely go back into our panel discussion that will have like 10 minutes, and then we'll get back into something else. Thank you very much. Can we clap for the panel one more time, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, thank you,
thank you. Thank you so much. We acknowledge the Prime Minister, the President of Uganda, Mama Sebugwawo, and High People CEO, Mr. Kawoya, and the COMESA region representatives. Back to the panel. We were talking with Ms. Chigozi about the legal framework in Uganda, and Ms. Chigozi, in 2 minutes, kindly finalize with the legal framework, what is currently happening in the legal environment, and also highlight the component of digitization and innovation when it comes to the Islamic financial sector.
As far as the regulatory innovation landscape is in Uganda, I had earlier on mentioned that the very first amendment that introduced Islamic banking and finance in Uganda was the 2016 amendment to the Financial Institutions Act. But that law was not operationalized until 2023 with the second amendment to the Financial Institutions Act that officially operationalized Islamic finance in Uganda with its accompanying regulations of 2018 that saw the banking industry, the Islamic finance banking industry up and running, and we eventually saw the licensing of Salam Bank as the first fully fledged Islamic bank in Uganda. Fast forward, we are looking at, still in 2023, we saw an amendment to the Microfinance Support Deposits Taking Act to incorporate for Islamic microfinance and the supporting regulations thereunder. That means that the Islamic microfinance sector is also up and running, and we are seeing a number of cooperatives and SACCOs that are operating under this law. The regulatory environment still looks to be budding in this country because we have looked at the draft guidelines and regulations for the takaful, that is the Islamic insurance, the alternative to conventional insurance in Uganda, and hopefully the Ministry of Finance very soon will be able to flag off the takaful regulations and re-takaful guidelines for the Islamic insurance sector. Into the capital markets, we have also had the opportunity to look at the draft regulations of the Capital Markets Authority. So the investment arm of the Islamic financial sector is also active. The Capital Markets Authority is working around the clock to see that the capital market regulations, the Islamic capital market regulations that will regulate how investments are done in a Sharia compliant way on the capital markets is also operationalized, hopefully, in the near future. Ms. Malka has asked me to delve a little bit more into Islamic innovation. And what I can say is that going by the theme of this summit, we noticed that the Middle East has made significant strides in Islamic finance, and their markets are more developed, more sophisticated, and they have gone over quite a number of challenges and learned from them, and they're doing the Islamic financial business quite seamlessly. Here in Africa, we have quite a number of financial institutions. I think statistics are showing that it's about 80 financial institutions that are up and running in Uganda. The financial space is also opening up, but it is significant to talk about the fact that this sector is going to require a lot of innovation, being that it is an innovation that is created out of the conventional banking system. So the operational aspects of Islamic finance stem out of the conventional financial system, and every innovation or Islamization, every financial Islamization innovation that we include from an Islamic finance perspective already has an existing conventional structure. Technology is going to be an absolute driver for these products, and we have seen that Salam Bank, the first implementer of a fully fledged Islamic financial service, is making use of technology. We are looking at more advanced technologies, and recently we are also looking at the issue of AI. The major question that should be explored from an Islamic financial perspective is how do we make all this Sharia compliant? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophia. So it looks like the future is already here, the implementers are already here, and the policies are being framed. So from Dr. Twaha, from the research perspective as an Islamic economist and researcher, how does Islamic finance contribute to inclusive economic development, especially in the Uganda and across the African region?
Well, thank you so much,
excuse me?
Sister Malka.
In 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just make it simple and show what is happening on the Ugandan landscape. The Islamic Development Bank, which is definitely has been helping Uganda a lot in its economic growth roadmap, has given the Ministry of Local Government here in Uganda under what is called Local Economic Growth Support for helping the grassroots people. They call them the active poor, whom they want to be able to help. And there is financing that is going, that project is about 17 districts here in Uganda, and it is targeting SACCOs, VSLAs, SMEs, community associations, and the project is crossing 17 districts. I'm one of those consultants that have been working on that project, and we had 3 main activities to do. One of them was to design and structure Islamic finance products, which are supposed to be used by those grassroots organizations or institutions. But the second one, and this is what really fits into what we are talking about, among our deliverables is to design an MIS solution whereby the data on financing is supposed to be captured at the grassroots. So when you go in Nwoya, in Ntoroko, in Ajumani, the SACCOs that have received this financing coming from the Islamic Development Bank, their activities are digitalized. And in our consultancy work, we found some of these organizations had never had a computer in their activities. So talking about Islamic finance and pushing the digitalization agenda, it's already happening in this country through the financing that is given by the Islamic Development Bank. Other banks have got the opportunity to finance, to give real financing to companies that are investing in technology. I think Salam Bank as a commercial bank can do that. All other banks that will eventually start Islamic financing services, they have the opportunity to actively finance projects in the digital transformation space. Now, I'll give one last example, again about the Islamic Development Bank. They have got a scheme called the reverse linkage. The reverse linkage scheme is a development arrangement between member countries of the OIC. And this reverse linkage means a country which is better off in any area, be it knowledge or technology, can transfer that technology to another member country with financing from Islamic Development Bank. And I am again part of the consulting team, which is engaged in a similar project. At IUIU, we are working with a certain university in Ghana, which under the reverse linkage has, and which is financed by the Islamic Development Bank. We are transferring knowledge in 3 areas: in institutional structure and governance of the university, in the area of curriculum development and in the area of digitalization. Because at IUIU, we have got a resource, it's called Enterprise Resource Planning Platform, ERP. The students who have gone to IUIU, they know it. That particular digital platform captures all the institutional data, academic, human resource, financial, library, and so on. And we are in the process of knowledge transfer from IUIU to another university in Ghana. And this is, again, under the reverse linkage project financed by the Islamic Development Bank. Therefore, I can tell you in a summary that if you wanted to know whether there is a role for the Islamic finance to actively drive the digital transformation on the African continent and in our villages, it's already happening.
I'm glad to know. So for any investor out there, the space is already open. Islamic finance is already operating and ready for investment to ensure that every Ugandan, regardless of religion or values, they are part of the digitization and they are part of the financial systems. So I'm going to go to Sheikh Abdallah Ahmed as a practitioner and the director of Amana Sako. How have you been able to incorporate the digitization in the Sako operations, and how does the space look like in terms of operation on your end?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you very much for that question, my dear sister. We at Amana Investment Circle, first of all our products and services are Sharia compliant. So we had to make sure that we get a digital system which can enable us to serve our members according to Islamic laws. We requested from our brothers called Eurosat Group. They developed a system which is very good for Sharia compliance, which is called ERP system. That system, we use this as FinSat, ERP. We used it in serving our members according to Sharia law by depositing and investing and saving ethically and with align in Sharia law. So, we assisted many members of our circle to use that system, the digital system, and they also gave us the system called EduSat system. That system enabled us to get many members from schools. Many schools are saving with us, like Ubay Islamic Secondary School, there in Bebaja, and the other example of the school is Adam Juma Islamic Primary School in Kajansi. They make sure that all their deposits from school fees from their parents is deposited with us because of that digital system, which is very transparent to all our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what you're saying is you can be able to save, your members are able to save with you, they're able to acquire Sharia compliant credit services. Is that it?
Yes, credit services under Sharia contracts with very known, Murabaha, Musharaka, Ijara, Salam, and others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just briefly, could you give us a story of one of the success stories with your members, very briefly?
Yeah, we have many stories about that. There's one member called Musa Kakembo. He's in Chireka. He requested Amana Investment Circle to buy for him a house. He was renting in Chireka there. He's a doctor. But Alhamdulillah, we enabled to buy for him a house. That is under Musharaka contract. We bought a house for him. Then he started paying in installments. After that, he completed all the payments. We agreed with the markup, some profit we got as a circle. But Alhamdulillah, he benefited. It's like he got a free house because we gave it to him, we bought it, we bought it and we sold it to him without paying any single money. Then after that, he was paying in installment until he completed all his payments. Thank you.
Thank you. What you're saying is within that transaction, you are able to earn a profit and still service your client.
Yeah, all the two parties benefit, the members and the circle.
All right, I think that is a promise to all the players who want to get involved in the sector to know that as much as it is interest-free, it does not mean that it is profit-free. The Islamic financial space can as much earn you profits and allow for your growth as a company as any other conventional Islamic, conventional financial space. So back to the technologist, Mr. Mtebe Alawe. You've built Uganda's most relevant Islamic finance platforms. From your experience, what makes a digital solution work, and not just technically, but socially and spiritually, especially when serving rural, young, and low-income communities?
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here and talking about a topic of digital transformation. Referring to the question you have posed to me, it looks like I need to also talk about how Islamic fintech is the future. Because if we're talking about Islamic finance and we are coming with fintech as innovators, for us we feel we are just there to disrupt as fintechs. And using the Islamic finance model, we have come up with certain innovations. My brother, Mr. Abdullah, talked about the system they are using. FinSat ERP is our product. And it has helped their circle to serve a number of people. They have over 2,000 members subscribing to their circle on different products, and almost 48% are youth. 30% are almost women. And these are underserved people. The story he gave, how they assisted the client to own a house, is an amazing story. And as innovators, what we are there to do is, how do we solve a problem that would hinder maybe a circle, a school, or any financial institution that is providing Islamic finance products to, seamlessly operate. We have heard stories. Sheikh Abdullah did not tell a story they had before being onboarded on FinSat ERP, but they had tremendous losses incurred on a day-to-day basis. And the reason was they had no automation of their transactions. The transactions were not captured on real time, and hence this was bringing certain bottlenecks into the operations. We have also worked with IIU SACCO. Dr. Taha was talking about his consultants elsewhere, but I'm glad to inform you, Dr. Taha, that you are also our client with your SACCO within IIU. We are providing with our solution, and these are staff of the university. Their money is deducted from their salary, and it is saved within their SACCO through a Sharia-compliant model, which is Islamic banking within their university. We have a number of success stories, but the biggest challenge, like you mentioned, is awareness. There is still need for people to be aware of this kind of phenomena that is going on called Islamic finance. I believe there are people who have just heard of it right now, and they are getting to know that, oh, Islamic finance is also possible and it's operating in Uganda. So we need to do a lot of awareness as we build these products. One of the challenges we had is that we started this with only one SACCO that had opened up during that time. And we saw the number growing as more and more SACCOs were opening up. Right now we have approximately 10 SACCOs operating the Islamic finance model and using our system. And we have gone forward to innovate to see how we can integrate the schools, because we are also powering the Islamic schools that want to work in the Islamic finance model with the SACCOs. These SACCOs are now funding the schools, and we have an integrated ecosystem where the schools can use the management system called EDSA TRP, which communicates to the SACCO system, and they can seamlessly transact school fees to the SACCO account. All these processes and transactions are on real time between the SACCO and the school, between the SACCO and its members. So we are gearing up the mood and the kind of innovation with Islamic finance in Uganda and Africa at large.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to know that the innovation and the digitization of the Islamic financial tools is already here. So this shows if there is an intervention that is aiming at the grassroots people, the unbankable, the unbanked in Uganda and the African region, we already have the tools. It is now our goal or our initiative to ensure that we accelerate the already existing technologies and innovations. In just 1 minute with every speaker, kindly give your final remarks and recommendations. I'll start with Dr. Hafiz, just 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you so much. From the Sharia perspective, as a scholar, I would say that there seems to be a misconception that maybe Islamic laws can limit innovation and can limit successes that come with the modern era. But my conclusive statement is, from the Islamic perspective, you are free to explore whatever you can, as long as you abide by the principles. So what you have just heard from the innovators, compliance, then you are free to innovate as much as you can. So it is open and it is not limiting. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sophia.
Thank you, Malka. Mine's really a clarion call. In a research that I carried out amongst white-collar elites in central Kampala in around 2018, 2019, my findings were that even amongst the white-collar elites, it was only a small percentage of people that really understood what Islamic finance was. So I'm calling upon everyone to interest yourselves in the topic of Islamic finance. It is for all of us, regardless of your religious inclination. It is one of the fastest growing segments of the financial industry as globally. Right now, I think the UK is the global gateway for Islamic finance, a minority Muslim country. So Islamic finance has a very interesting, innovative 21st century innovations in finance. Let us make use of it.
Thank you, Dr. Twaha.
Thank you so much. As an educator, we started teaching at my university Islamic banking and finance courses in 2017. And at that particular time, we also started going around on the radios and television to talk about this upcoming industry. And one of the things that we used to get as feedback every time you talked about, finance that is interest-free and so on, people would call and say, can those things work here? And I want to tell you, 5-6 years later, I am happy we are on this platform to talk about where it is working. And my final message is we have already experimented and we have seen that Islamic finance is not something for the elite. It is not something that is for the big business people. In the project that I am talking about, we have gone around the country in the deep villages of Ntoroko, Nwoya, Ajumani, Rukunjiri, and we have found people there, once you explain to them, they understand the issues of compliance, they log on, and they are already getting financing. So it is there to liberate the poor people, and it is going to help this economy move ahead.
Thank you. Sheikh Ahmed.
Thank you very much. For me, I wanted to correct a misunderstanding from some Ugandans. Some Ugandans think that Islamic finance is only for Muslims. That is not true. It is for all Ugandans, all religions, Muslims, Catholics, Christians, Protestants, and others. So please join Islamic finance. You'll benefit, inshallah. Especially, I encourage you to join Aman Investment Circle. Inshallah, all of you, you'll become rich, bi'idhnillah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Mtevi.
Yes, thank you so much. Mine is just a call to the innovators around. I can see the Momo from MTN, Mr. Richard. We are innovators, and we need to work together to also enable these institutions thrive. So we and high people are working hand in hand. We are forming up an Islamic technology and innovation initiative where we are going to be calling you upon to see how we can power these innovations and spread the gospel of Islamic Fintech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That has been it. I welcome you to the Islamic financial space, everyone, because it can benefit all of us.
Thank you very much, Nadia, and thank you to the panelists. I'll advise that you stand up and we have a photo opportunity for the panelists. Please, photographers, take your positions and then do this within seconds so that we can register this moment in history, one that underpins the nation's growing desire to embrace Islamic finance, but most importantly, get rich, if the words of the gentleman from the circle are anything to go by. Please, photographers, quickly. All right, thank you very much. You can take your seats. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of clawing back some time, especially the minutes that could have been lost, especially as we were listening into the speeches that were delivered by the ministers, the reason the Prime Minister and the Minister made the speeches very, very quickly, I'm reliably informed, is that there is a meeting of the Central Executive Committee of the Governing National Resistance Movement, and they chose to dot by very quickly so that they can also go and attend that particular meeting. So we are grateful that they made time. Right now, I would like to invite Mr. James Chimwaza, the board president of COMESA Business Council, to deliver his presentation to us this morning. Dr. Chimwaza, many thanks for joining us. You're most welcome, sir. It's a pleasure. Please.
I bring you greetings from COMESA Business Council in Lusaka, but also greetings from Malawi, where I come from. Allow me to ride on the salutations as they started this morning, so that we don't go through the entire list. And I'm sure everybody will be well represented by CEO Innocent Kawoya, and all protocols observed. Thank you. It is distinguished, so I'll sum up everybody as distinguished delegates, putting everybody like that, and I'll say distinguished delegates, it is an honor to stand before you as we convene under the theme, Driving Inclusive Socio-Economic Development Through Digital Transformation. And it is important for us all not to take this summit with a business as usual spirit, but with a reflection on the realities that face Africa, the Middle East, and the rest of the world in light of the challenges that have arisen in the past 24 months. If we reflect, we can see that there have been many challenges. And as we reflect and we think of solutions, we think of this theme. And the greatest concern is food security and other peacetime necessities that we have taken for granted in the past and now are becoming not easy to reach. Our reflection should therefore lead us to coming up with solutions that address these challenges. Again, the theme, digital transformation theme of reference for this year is a key ingredient in arriving at solutions and bring about the solutions we will come up with. In relation to digital transformation, I will mention to you my encounter. I stumbled on a Malawian farmer recently told me, when the market is a rumor, I plant what my father planted. When the market is a message, I plant what my children can sell. When it's just rumors, I go by what my father did. But when there's a clear message, I plant what my children can sell. And I thought that was loaded, and I can share with you. So let us replace rumors with trustworthy, real-time messages that travel from Kampala fields to Riyadh shelves without losing integrity. There's clear information throughout the channel. If we do that, next summit, we will not debate shortages, it will be but we will celebrate shared prosperity born out of digital trust and courageous partnership. Distinguished delegates, over the past 12 months, fragility and interdependence of food, finance, logistic systems has been laid bare. Climatic shocks frightened supplies, freight routes shifted, and consumers across our two regions, that is Middle East and Africa, felt the pinch. Yet, within every disruption lies a doorway to do things better. There are opportunities even when there are such disruptions. Today, I invite all of us to look through one such doorway, a digitally powered corridor that links Africa's vast production potential with the Middle East's rising demand, and underpinned by data-driven collaboration and bold partnerships. The fourth industrial revolution, which is digitalization and digital transformation, is not waiting at the door. It is already in our homes, in our businesses, and in our institutions. The question is no longer whether we will lead, but how quickly can we seize the moment? And Uganda is a fitting stage at this stage, with mobile penetration of about 70% and an ambitious digital transformation roadmap, 2023-27 or 2024-2030, and many 2020s and 2020s of these strategies in Uganda, and a thriving fintech and e-government services. Kampala stands as proof that inclusive technology-driven growth is within reach in Africa. A few points on why an Africa-Middle East corridor makes business sense. One, demand is accelerating. The Gulf now imports over 100 billion in food annually, and consumption is forecast to climb as populations grow and diversify. Supply can scale. From Kenya's and Ugandan mangoes orchards to Zambia's soybeans fields, COMESA producers can expand if they know precise demand specifications and can reach markets on time. Diversification also is a hedge. Gulf buyers seek multiple resilient sourcing options. African exporters seek steady, higher value outlets. A dedicated corridor serves both ambitions. Digital trust lubricates trade. Transparent provenance, early demand signals, and smart finance converts fragmented producers into a reliable supply base. Across all sectors, agriculture, fintech, health, education, we see complementary strengths, Africa's dynamic startup ecosystems, and the Middle East advanced digital infrastructure. The mobile internet increase now reaches 30% of sub-Saharan Africa and 69% of the Middle East. Africa's digital economy could hit 720 billion by 2050, while Middle East digital output is projected to add 4.8% to GDP by 2030. So digitalization is indeed an enabler. It provides transparent provenance, lets a buyer in Dubai verify mango's journey from the farm to port in seconds. Early demand signals mean a farmer in Africa plans what processors will pay for 6 months ahead. Smart finances allow banks and insurers to price risk using live data trails, unlocking working capital. Most of the insurers now cannot insure primary producers because there's no information to assure them of their security, but digitalization is bringing in that information that opens up more markets. Underpinning many of these wins is what we call agricultural digital core or digital core, not a commercial product, but shared digital infrastructure akin to a port or a highway. This digital core, connects data silos so certificates in Kampala are visible in Middle East before trucks depart. So you can trace where your commodities are well before they take off, and you make plans for it. Digitalization speaks to every channel, from smartphones, apps in Riyadh, to the USSD on a Zambian featured phone. So smartphones, SSD, communication still takes place. Reward participation, letting farmers trade anonymized field data for agroeconomic advance, cheaper inputs, and faster credit. And anonymization is important for data protection. So you access the information, but not who owns what, but just to enable you to be able to conduct your business. Digital transformation is the tool that brings about the development of the ecosystem, whereby you access vital information about your business directly. Now, there are building blocks to it. I want to conclude by saying we recognize with deeper appreciation, the unique achievements of our governments in Africa in the establishment of mature regulatory institutions such as central banks, revenue authorities, land registration, quality and standards regulations, national registrations, and road licensing and driver's licensing, which combined with digital digitalization and digital transformation makes Africa ready to address the aforementioned challenges with solutions from Africa, with support from our development partners such as the Middle East. The world is watching. Are we going to be able to become the producers of what is going to be in short supply, food and other peacetime? The regulatory instruments are ready. You look at the central banks, all the central banks in Africa, when you put them together, they talk the same language. That's regulating finance. revenue authorities from all Africa speak the same language, ready to regulate inland revenue. The quality and standards bodies in every African country, they've developed so that you give a standard protocol to Malawi, you give a standard protocol to Zimbabwe and to Uganda to come up with a product that will meet the quantity that is needed in China. With standardization, you can amalgamate using digital transformation, digitalization and digital transformation. So governments in Africa may have failed in many things, but one thing, we salute them. In these institutions, they have done us a great job. All that is left is digital transformation. And with digitalization, we should be able to produce, aggregate from country to country, and also corporatize our people to go into production with informed demand. We commend you, our leaderships in all these countries. At least you need to be saluted for that. And we urge the private sector to ride on that foundation, and we organize ourselves to produce what is exactly needed out there using digital transformation. With those few opening remarks as a keynote address, I wish this summit all the successful deliberations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. James Chimwaza, the COMESA Business Council President, for that speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been reliably informed by the stewards that a set of tables have been placed on the extreme ends where we have drinks. Those drinks are not priced. So if the bottle of water that was placed on your table requires replenishing by way of getting another one, not necessarily replenishing the water itself, please ensure you go on my right, and then on my extreme left, you can be able to get a drink, and then we can move smoothly. Thank you very much. Allow me right now invite the next speaker, Professor Roman Anton Indest, a professor of finance and economics at Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, to deliver a speech anchored on the discussion, a European perspective on unlocking the digital economy potential for the Middle East and Africa region. Sir, you're most welcome. Let me just straighten up a few things. All right, as the next speaker ensures that the presentation is well primed for his time with us, just another reminder that after him we'll be listening, or rather conducting, the launch of the Uganda, California Technology Forum, the one that is leveraging Silicon Valley's technological expertise and proven infrastructure to accelerate Uganda's startup growth, as well as public sector transformation. That is something you should not miss. When we talk about the Silicon Valley, that is where most of your social media platforms and the transformational tech services and apps that you are using on your mobile phones are well designed and rolled out by the massive and technologically advanced server systems. As that is being rectified, please, that is a conversation or a presentation that you won't want to miss. We'll be hearing from Peter Core. He's the CEO and founder, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions, as well as Pastor D. Henry Byamukama. All these are the men that are pushing this particular initiative, and as such, that launch is a significant one not to miss out. As that presentation is being loaded on, okay, the economics of leapfrogging. Wow, how Africa can skip traditional development steps through tech. Thank you very much. A round of applause as Professor Indest makes his way.
So sorry for the short delay. Let me start by thanking very much the organizers, and in particular Mr. Kawoya, the CEO of HiPipo, for inviting me and giving me the occasion to speak today about an important and interesting topic, about leapfrogging that Africa, in particular the area we're here, is able to do in the area of digital development, and in particular also digital health. We heard the term LEAP already when your state minister for ICT gave the speech. So the term leaping is already now in circulation. Before I get to specifics of, in particular, digital health, let me, however, introduce the term a bit more academically by adding a little bit to its meaning and introducing you to the concept, how it's used in academics, without, however, spending too much time on that. Now, the concept of leapfrogging, leapfrogging in society, in culture, in industry, in development has been, of course, around for ages, but the academic discussion has started only recently in the last decades. The concept is used much, or was first used in the business and economics literature, and in particular the one of industrial organization. That's basically not just about industries, but all about managerial decision-making. Before it then spread more broadly in economics, in particular also to the area of economic growth. So starting with the use that the term had and still has in industrial organization, in management science, the idea is as follows. And we see later on the application of this idea to the digital transformation, and then in my third step, more specifically to digital health. The idea that a firm, because this is where we start now, industrial organization, managerial decision-making, that a firm, when it's already dominant, when it is large, when it has capacities and capabilities, it moves on and stays dominant, stays ahead, when it's all about small incremental innovations. Because it's then when you can lever your existing capabilities most. However, sometimes when there's a technological change, it is then that radical innovations permit outsiders, incumbents, those who have not yet had a big footprint in the industry, to leapfrog the previously dominant firm. Theoretically, which means with formal modeling, this was introduced in '83 by Nobel Prize winner Jean Tirole. And what's the logic behind it? A key logic, but we're going to learn more about the different aspects of it, but the key logic is the following. Established firms as later we can also talk about countries, have fewer, much fewer incentives to do this innovative leap. Why? Because there are already well established, they earn, if we talk about firms, enough profits with the existing innovation. So doing a leap, introducing a radical new innovation would basically cannibalize the existing, the old technology, cannibalize profits that you already earn. And later we will see that the same applies also when we talk about societies, about nations adopting a new technology. Applied to, this is my next step, to development and economic growth, this term has also widespread, and the idea is the same, that now countries can skip stages in the paths that have been chosen previously by industrial nations, enabling them to catch up and even, you could say, to sidestep those nations, those countries that had been growing earlier. So just to set the stage with a bit of historic context, so going back in history, before we then spend most of the time about the topic that we have here for 3 days, namely the digital revolution, the digital transformation right now. If you look in the history books, or in particular also look at the cases to which economists have applied the idea of leapfrogging in development, it's first of all the very historic changes. It's the idea that going really back in history, 3 centuries ago, the UK leapfrogged the Netherlands. So very much, of course, a European focus now that I take, because this is where I know much about, in industrial development. In 1700, it was the Netherlands that really ruled the waves, ruled the trade, where the stock market was developed, leapfrogged by the UK when the Industrial Revolution started. The steam engine, or like the spinning jenny, all developed in the UK because there was a need for it and they were not yet in a dominant position. And we then saw, around after the Civil War in the US, that the US leapfrogged the UK. Now, by bringing industrial production into the mass production phase. The idea here, and this has been then again formalized in economic modeling by, for instance, Paul Krugman, another Nobel Prize winner, the idea is the same. When it's all about small technical changes, small incremental changes, it's all to the advantage of established, now not firms, but established nations. Because then it's about increasing returns to scale. Your economic leadership is basically the lever that you have to increase your dominant position by doing these incremental stages just at a larger dimension, at a larger volume. However, at times of radical innovations, at major economic breakthroughs, it's exactly when the latecomers have the advantage to leapfrog because they have the incentive to do so and are not hindered by existing assets, infrastructure, existing interests also in place. We could go on like this for ages, which is, however, not the key topic that I'm having because we're looking into the future, we're looking at a digital transformation right now. I just therefore added some, you could say, a bit more modern applications like Japan's transformation in the 50s, 70s. Completely, you could say, leapfrogging the mass production, low quality phase by going into mass production, high quality. South Korea also leapfrogging mass, heavy industrial production and going right into the semiconductor, into the technological space. Another small example would be Finland. I guess you wouldn't know very much about it, but for us in Europe it's a very interesting example because they really leapfrogged into the mobile technological age by previously being very much an agricultural dominated country. China, of course, is something which is in all our minds very often, has many of these cases of leapfrogging. Just mentioning one, because it's not only about production, about producing particular physical products, but also about distribution. And China here is a good example where, when it comes to distributing the products across the whole country, you can also do leapfrogging, because when you do not have a distribution system in place that builds on brick and mortar, which China didn't have, that, of course, gives you could say, an indirect advantage when it then comes to the rollout of e-commerce. And finally, it would also be an example of, another example would be e-payments. But for this, we wouldn't have to look at China, because Africa is a very good example of how leapfrogging takes place when it comes to the use of mobile technology for financing, communication, and what other uses you have. I won't spend time on this, but this is for us always, for us outsiders, always like the prime example of leapfrogging in Africa. Namely, it's the spread of mobile telephony. You could say having the disadvantage, but now it's an advantage, of not having a developed landline infrastructure. And not going into these graphs, you could, of course, choose different African countries, see the same pattern. Very low penetration, obviously, of landline, and then a rapid expansion, particularly together with the internet usage of mobile telephony. Not going into this, but however, I will use now the example of mobile leapfrogging for the following. On this slide, I only sketch, because most of them are quite obvious, the conditions that led Africa to leapfrog landline and adopt at such a extreme speed mobile telephony. And these conditions we will then map into, I've chosen that, digital health. So why we can think that in digital health, Africa is as well positioned to do leapfrogging in digital health as it did when it comes to the use of mobile telephony. Condition one sounds like a negative instead of a positive condition, namely it's a lack. Here it is the lack of a mature, of course expensive, fixed line infrastructure, which in other countries there was. Countries that also have adopted mobile, but at a lower speed, and originally in particular much less penetration. Condition two, this is now not about the old technology, here the landline obviously, but it's about the new technology, that the new technology is adoptable without having to go really right in the beginning at full scale with a lot of investments. So it's about great flexibility and low cost of deployment. And this is exactly what we had with mobile telephony. In particular also because it's scalable. You can start in some areas and then develop further as requested. These are the kind of the key conditions, 1 and 2. But we can also see 2 other conditions at work that we then see popping up when we come to digital health. Condition 3, of course, very important, a lack of obstacles. Here it was the mobile rollout. Obstacles that you had in other countries, because, for instance, the spectrum that you need is in the hands of other institutions, of companies, of the government, who is not willing, for instance, to have the incumbents, which could be also be like government-owned, them lose market share. A problem that we had in Europe with you could say, the transformation from landline to mobile. Spectrum in the hand of government basically owning the incumbent landline company. And this obstacle hindered then, you could say, the adoption of the new technology. And when these obstacles are not there, we see the new technology being adopted, of course, at a much higher speed. Condition 4 is that the new technology that you adopt, into which you leap, which is here mobile telephony, that this has a very broad use case. Beyond, in this example, traditional communication. You know this from your everyday use. Mobile money, fintech, increasing the educational content, and that's basically where I'm going into now, healthcare. So this was now all about looking backwards, introducing the term of leapfrogging, what it means in academic context, what it means for us in everyday life, seeing how this leapfrogging, particularly in Africa, was at work, when we look back into the adoption of mobile technology, mobile telephony, and now looking into the future and seeing why now in the area of digital health, Africa is well positioned to do that kind of leapfrogging. I'm not spending too much time in introducing the concept of digital health. There's much to be said, and I guess in these 3 days there will be much said about this very important application of digital technology. Actually, I think it's the one at the moment, the hottest application, given that we see so much development exactly in that area. Generally, of course, it refers to the use of ICT to improve healthcare, delivery, management, the outcomes, etc. And I guess it's best explained, and I'm confining myself to that, by just giving you 2 or 3 examples, which will pop up later when I then come to, as I say, to the concluding why you're here so well positioned to do the leapfrogging in that environment. The use cases, kind of like my defining digital health by example, is telemedicine, remote consultation, diagnosis, not only having a human specialist looking at things, at X-ray outcomes, etc., but or blood test outcomes, but an artificial intelligence powered robot, for instance, or you even apply to my last example, logistics, which is then no longer, you could say, land-based, but air-based with drones that are then also, you could say, self-steering. Now let me, as I said, apply the conditions that I identified that led to the leapfrogging in mobile telephony. Let me apply them now to digital health. The first is, again, you could say the negative side. It's a lack. It's a lack in the existing infrastructure, a lack in landlines, a lack in industrial revolution as a lack in as the US had before, relative to the UK in our historic examples, or Japan or South Korea. It's a lack that, however, you turn here into an advantage. So what we have here, and I'm not going to spend time on this, is that obviously the sub-Saharan Africa region has I compared it to Germany, where I'm from, high disease burden on the one hand, and on the other hand, a relative and absolute undersupply of, you could say, traditional, not in the sense of traditional medicine, but in the sense of like brick and mortar, for instance, or human being, GPs, healthcare provision, hospital beds, diagnostic equipment, and in particular, general practitioners or doctors per population. There's a wide difference in the need. There's a big gap between what's there in some countries like Germany and what's there in place regarding existing infrastructure here. This was condition 1. Condition 2 is, where can now digital health be applied here to be like a leapfrogging technology? It wouldn't be the case if it was one, you could say, lump sum big investment needed that requires massive investment and come basically only at one scale, take it or leave it. Instead, it is scalable based on the use of mobile equipment. It's decentralized. It's exactly the conditions as with mobile telephony that allow that leapfrogging. It's our condition number 2 that we find here. To go on, what I've chose to do is the following. Before I, it's not moving on. I have to obviously hold it there, whereas the communication with you is taking place and with the computer. Before I basically wrap up things and have more in a structured way via table, written down the conditions, mapping them into digital health, I give you here an example of why a country, but I know much about, maybe you know something about it, but a country, I guess we both know that it has a lot of resources, is unable to realize the digital dividend in healthcare. So this is just the example later because it helps us a little bit to see what the advantages here, sometimes also giving disadvantages that you have here in Africa. So I contrast this now with Germany. Germany has completely struggled to digitalize its health system. It's been trying for 10 years. It's sunk a lot of money. You could say, well, they have the money, they do it, but without any success. So there's no digital dividend in healthcare so far. It's just the obvious. It's like you could say, what would be what would be the opposite of a dividend? Yeah, I mean, you have to write it off. Yeah, going into bankruptcy. Yeah, so we spend a lot of money without any success. And the problem is, there are different problems, all paying in to the same result, namely no adoption so far. We have a health system that's basically governed by over 100 health insurance companies. Small ones, large ones, each of them independent with their own IT infrastructure, with their own constructs with hospitals, strict separation of outpatient, inpatient care. So a very good system in place, a brick and mortar physical contact system, very much investments made, expensive, and people who use it, patients, relatively happy with it. On the other hand, we have a strong emphasis on privacy, and believe it or not, people have very limited trust in government or even in industry handling data. That was shown in all surveys and actually in how people behave. So before moving on, just giving you the examples of failures, because I think they're very instructive also for you. Maybe also regarding failures or problems or errors that can be avoided, but also to see the advantage you're having here. For instance, electronic health records. So the idea that you have stored all your, hopefully short, disease illness history, and you carry it around with not one, but with your mobile telephone. Launched in 21, by 23, adoption rate under 1%. Why? I don't have it. I don't subscribe to it. I'm happy with how the system runs. The system runs well for me. Giving my data to other people, why should I? It's still okay as it runs. So basically the incumbent disadvantage. We are happy with the brick and mortar physical or face-to-face contact system that we have. There's not much need to go and do the digital leap. Electronic prescriptions, just the same one. Full outro planned until 22. I haven't used it. I can know nobody who uses it. I mean, we still have a paper that we carry around, but it's easy. My GP that I'm using lives 500 meters away. The next maybe 600 meters, a pharmacy is everywhere. Not only in the city, but also in the countryside. So we are well-placed, well-positioned to stay with the old system for a long time. Next example, a final one, also this is quite interesting because it's maybe one of the you could say technologies or the usages that Africa can benefit much from. It's video consultations at distance. We saw in Germany and other countries in the West an explosion of this during COVID-19, obviously. Once COVID was over, once restriction was over, video consultations dropped to almost zero. The same in my sector, by the way, in education. Everything was done for 1.5 years at a distance. Now, we are all back in the lecture room. It's all business as usual. Why? Because we're happy with what it is. We have the resources to continue with this. There's no need really to do the digital leap. And that unwillingness comes together, you could say, also with regulatory problems. Like if a doctor gives advice with these video consultations without seeing the patient face to face, seeing him full-bodied, is he running a risk of being sued later on, etc.? Who knows, hasn't been tested. And all of this holds back, you could say, the digital leap in a country like Germany. So I'm wrapping it up now. Looking at history, the leapfrogging examples, looking at now this example of Germany, bringing it all together, I would think that particularly sub-Saharan Africa is very well positioned to do the digital leap in healthcare. Why? Again, conditions, you could say 1 to 4, wrapped into this here. We have an urgent healthcare need, relatively high disease burden. I contrast this with Germany on the other side, so you may read it as you like, but I'm just focusing, of course, now on Africa. High disease burden, but existing infrastructure is not delivering sufficiently. There is a, you could say, a shortage in existing infrastructure, including, of course, doctors. The legacy system, as you could call it, is therefore, or the burden from it is therefore very low. And on the other hand, the new system, the new technology, the digital technology has the advantage, as the mobile telephony had, of enabling a modular, greenfield, new development at low unit cost scaling. Of course, it's overall expensive. We need investments, but you could scale it. It's not this huge lump sum investment that you need, build landline or build, you could say, like a new in-hospital infrastructure. Regulatory framework, and here I have to contrast it with Germany. My view from as an outsider, but having spoken to some of the insiders, is that the regulation of digital health is very light. You can try. You can try in sandboxes, like experiment. You can roll out and maybe think about privacy, etc., just on the side. Completely different in particular Europe. We've got the GDPR, a GDPR which really cripples technology businesses, which is the General Data Protection Right. And the fines for companies are very large if they basically do not get consent on the use of any data point at any point of time. So the regulatory burden is quite high there, with you very low. This was kind of this condition number 3, that for the rollout, for the adoption of the new technology, there are no other obstacles in place. Like with mobile telephone, you could have said spectrum usage in the hand of incumbent who doesn't want to give it away. And here it would be rollout of the digital health services hindered by regulation that, for instance, prevents use of private data or requires enormous paperwork or whatever to get the consent of all involved. Another one, also this is kind of like an enabler, is that public-private partnerships are there, are permitted and are supported by the government. And the very last one, I come back to this now because I think it's very important, is what I see here in Africa is a high trust in the use of digital technology. Where I come from, it's not like that. We distrust it because of the data we use, and it's always the same thing, because we're happy with the old stuff. And this is why we do not rely too much on the new technologies, or do not want to rely that much on it. So I guess I hope this has explained why Africa is very well positioned to do the leapfrogging in the area of digital health. So my talk is basically over, but there's a small add-on I want to give. And this is an add-on, I think, that's an important one. And this is why we should always think, when we think now in 2005, particularly after, you could say, the ChatGPT moment, that artificial intelligence is there, it can be used, and here it is what I call a multiplier, an additional enabler. Not talking much about the definition of it. You could now consult Wikipedia or some academic resources and talk ages about the right definition. For me, it's just, okay, now the computer systems are capable of doing tasks that we previously thought they are basically, you could say, the privilege to be done by humans. In healthcare, just 2 or 3 examples. So basically like explaining, introducing the concepts by examples. The ones I find particularly sophisticated, particularly interesting is that it enhances diagnostics. An X-ray picture in front of you, or 50 different values of your blood test. The doctor looking at it, a young doctor, 25, he has seen maybe 10 of them. The AI bot has seen millions. The same with personalized treatments. Not one for all, but given all of your, you could say, your body values and all your treatment and illness history. All of this together are applications. And the AI multiplier is in particular of relevance when it comes to, you could say, multiplying, amplifying the conditions, 1 to 4, that lead, or you could say that allow us to forecast a rapid expansion of digital health here in Africa. Again, it doesn't depend much on infrastructure. Everybody is equipped with a mobile telephone, and even if you do not have access to the internet, many don't have, you can use AI even decentrally. Of course, you cannot train the AI. For this, you have to connect. But you can use it to the extent that it has been trained. It's scalable to an extreme amount. Obviously, just thinking about one robot, one AI can serve any number of patients without any constraints, but the relatively affordable constraint given by server equipment. So it is very cost efficient. This idea of scalability, of rolling out at a speed, high speed, that's exactly where AI comes in as well, because of its low marginal cost of usage. Setting it up, there are, of course, fixed costs that have been, however, already incurred by some of the large companies, on which we can, to some extent, free ride. What, of course, you need to have this AI multiplier is, of course, again, the readiness of people to use it or to be basically also treated with it. For this, it's about the digital uptake, the trust in it. And my hunch is that this is, again, very much higher here than in the countries I've been living and working in. A last one, it's not only scalable with regards to the number of users or the number of treatments, low marginal additional costs. But an interesting thing is, of course, and that's also my understanding, what's important in Africa, is that it's easily adoptable to different languages and dialects. Not one doctor being able to treat and talk to maybe people from 2 different communities, but one system that has been trained because you've been, you could say, like using these kind of modules, plugging it into the health treatment system, the language models, the dialect models, etc., being able to serve the whole nation, all communities, in the relevant dialect, language, and in the relevant way. We're not talking now about educational application, but I find this quite interesting also. Think about a doctor-patient dialogue. As there's a certain doctor who has a certain style, maybe one very academic, top-down, the other one more like community-led, etc. The AI is of course, in a position to adjust the way it talks, it communicates with the patients. Just in the way when you want to learn a language and you use now one of these artificial teachers, it adopts to the way, I'm doing it with Italian, it adopts to the way you speak. And when you want to basically have a bit of fun, you behave in a different way and you're treated in a different way. You're treated like an academic, you're treated like a professor, you're treated like a school children, etc. This is just for playing around, but in reality, it's really about that a patient adopts, follows, trusts a GP, for instance. And with these AI tools, I think there's a lot of scope to have a multiplication of usage cases, multiplication of adoption cases in digital health. So let me now wrap up with just a few sentences, which hopefully wrap up the different components of my short intervention. Definition of leapfrogging. It's not doing the same at smaller costs, faster. It means doing something in a smarter way and doing something also by choosing a different road. You're not following the same path. The idea of leapfrogging is find a different way. Different way, not burying something in the ground, landline, but going mobile. Not doing it face-to-face, but using a distance communication and maybe communication not with a human being, but with a robot, artificial intelligence using robot. That's the path-breaking digital health adoption. All of this, I think, is possible given the conditions you have here, the disadvantages and the advantages combined together with the AI multiplier. However, you could say but it's not something that comes automatic. It requires initiative and investment, initiatives as in digital health, but also in other areas. You here show by your participation. It requires policy cooperation, and in particular, that policy intervention does not prevent an obstacle. From the background that I have, hopefully I conveyed the message that regulation, for instance, can be an obstacle. There's always a positive and a negative side to it, but if it comes to a radical change, a leapfrogging moment, regulation is maybe a big hindrance factor, and a low regulated environment may be an advantage at the initial stage. And the last thing is, of course, and hopefully this also has become clear repeatedly, it's all about then those who adopt it. They must trust the usage of the technology that you put in their hand. And then all together, when it all comes together, that's when leapfrogging can happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor, for that very elaborate, but also pinpoint, especially when it comes to helping us very much understand how best we can do the leapfrog. He talks about the potential that lies within us as a people, but also as a continent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's straight away go into our very next engagement, one that will culminate in the launch of the Uganda-California Technology Forum, leveraging Silicon Valley's technological expertise and proven infrastructure to accelerate Uganda's startup growth and public sector. I would like to invite right here the good CEO and founder of Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions International, Peter Kuo. Please make your way. Thank you very much. I would also like to invite Joshua Samuel, founder and CEO of Coins for College. Please make your way to the platform. Please make your way to Pastor Dr. Henry Byamukama, CEO, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions, Uganda. Thank you. Okay, Joshua Samuel, he's not with us. All right. Okay, you want to come here or?
Let me invite the team from CS, those who are here, Greg and Stephanie, and who else? Is Tina here? Whoever is here, yeah, just come. Okay, you know, I'm a pastor, so we like sound. So I got a new sound, Omonji. No, he was saying I use one. I said, it's okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll use this one. Okay, so Joshua couldn't make it. We have two other colleagues. They are on en route in Dubai right now. Peter here is our CEO. We met in a church service. He was a violinist and I was speaker. And he's going to do the Ugandan national anthem with the violin just in a while. We'll be brief. So we met in that service and we began to dialogue. We began to dialogue and building this collaboration. And that's how this tech forum we are launching today was birthed together with Joshua Samuel. Also together with Joshua, who is CEO for Rewards for Education, we are involved in digitalizing records, rewarding students for performance and attendance. And also very exciting is Supermicro. Supermicro is being represented here. And they intend to help us build a Tier 4 sovereign data center in Uganda. Let's clap for that. A center that indeed secures Uganda's future, but also protects our data and also empowers our independence. Without this kind of solutions, our data is vulnerable and can be a source of bad elements to exploit. I think the speaker earlier talked about digital sovereignty, which is very, very important. So in this symposium or tech forum, what do we intend to achieve? Number one, we intend to achieve continuous engagement with stakeholders in different technology spaces, which we believe will ultimately enable us leapfrog technology. Actually, I got a wider understanding of leapfrog. I used to think leapfrog means leapfrog. Like instead of going through the levels like Dubai and California went through, we learn from you and we leapfrog. That was my understanding. today I got something more. We also believe that we can achieve the goal of there is something I'm observing in Uganda. A lot of the young generation, we are tech savvy. We are tech savvy. And being tech savvy means that if you have gadgets and you have internet, then you can always innovate. You can always do things. Okuyiriba. Okuyiriba. The local language is okuyiriba. Okola bingi, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, you're selling shoes, you're selling phones, which is very good for our economy. I just want to talk a little bit about the forum. So we've been talking about many things and engaging with many stakeholders to bring investment to Uganda. I live in Silicon Valley. These kind of meetings are very common. Like every weekend you'll find this and you'll find, I think you attended a few, venture capitalists and this. So we attended so many to try and see what we can kuwalula. You know, where we are in Uganda, tukirize tugane. Fena one, all of us here, we are bayiribi. Yambala masuti goyagala, kola enviri nga bw'oyagala. Myself, I'm CEO for BTM Television. I do water. I do apps. I sell. I sold the shoes in Nabugabo. Why? Because together go funa kawogo. Now this kind of meetings are very important for us. We have to be extremely bold to make these things happen. Otherwise, tugenda koma mu summits, tulye emmere yammwe na bigambo. We have to be what? Bold. Someone say bold. We have to be extremely bold. The world is not very, very sympathetic for us. I remember the first car that I bought. I didn't know how to drive. I didn't have a permit. The guy brought it to Namuwongo. I was staying in Kawempe. So I went for it at night. And he said, you know what? It's late. I'll bring it for you tomorrow. I said, Sebo Saga. Ngenda jivuga. Ngenda jivuga njitwale Kawempe. I had never driven. He said, Ogenda tumera, ogenda kuta abantu. I said, just teach me how to drive. He said, okay, if you insist. This is the gear, this is the key, this is the brake. When you are in trouble, siva brake. I drove that car from Namuwongo through Nakulabye. There was no bypass by then. I went all the way to Kawempe. I crashed some cars on the way. I fell in some trenches on the way. I met a guy, and he said, can you give me a lift? Driving a few minutes from here to there, he said, no, I can't travel in this car. But at the end of the day, twakolachi, twatuka. Uganda, tugenda tuka. Thank you for your engalo. I said, Uganda, we are going to do what? We are going to reach. So today we are going to launch the Uganda, California, and potentially Taiwan Tech Summit, where we shall be engaging on issues with technology and different other issues. Peter, what do you want to do? You want to play the violin? Before I get Peter and the rest to come up, I won't do service to this summit if I don't read a verse. I'm a pastor, I'm a businessman, I'm a whatever, and bulichimu. I'm a muyiribi. Muntu wa wansi muyiribi. Okay? Yeah? Yeah? You're saying I hurry up. I'm not going to hurry up. I'm going to take my time. Temugenda kunemesa, temugenda kuntawa. Neda. Fetuti ba yiribi. Thank you. No, I'll be done in a while. in a while. So Hebrews 11, from verse 1, it says, faith is the substance of the things we hope for, the evidence of the things we don't see. For by faith, the elders were able to obtain a good report. These are elders in the tech space. This is the first Middle East Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Thank you, Innocent, and your group. We are going to obtain a good report. Innocent, you're going to join us and the group, and let's get this done. Peter, what do you want to do? You want to play for us the violin for the national anthem?
Hello, my name is Peter Kuo. It's great to be here today. It took me 30 hours of flight to be here today. So it's great for everyone to be here. I'd like to share a story with you guys before I start my 3-hour speech. You know, I grew up in Taiwan. Taiwan was a country upcoming long after World War II. They are one of the countries that advanced tremendously without the burden of cultural revolution in China. So as I was growing up, my dad was a very wealthy businessman. And when I was 7 years old, just like every Taiwanese kid, the parent will ask you, violin or piano? So when I was 7 years old, 50 years ago, you know how old I am now, is that my mom was asking me that question, you want to play violin or piano? And my dad was watching what's going on in Vietnam in 1975, April 30th. That was the day that Vietnam as a country fell to the communists. And many, many people were fleeing their countries to get on the helicopter. So my dad turned around and told me, it's a lot easier to carry a violin on your back than a piano if you have to flee the country. And that's when I realized, although it was a joke at that time, it seems to him, but I realized how important a country it is for any people. And you are so fortunate to be here in a peaceful, air-conditioned hallway to enjoy this freedom that your president had fought for you 32 years ago. So I want to commend him for that. Now, fast forward 7 years later, when I was 14 years old, my dad heard a knock on the door saying that he didn't pay his taxes. So either go to prison or sell your house and give everything back to the government. And he decided to, instead of go to prison, he decided to move all of us to America. And just imagine me, 14-year-old boy, who grew up in a very wealthy family. All of a sudden, I have to work in a restaurant. I started bussing tables and work as a restaurant. And just to realize what my father has been doing all these years, driving the nicest car, having this amazing things. Now he's a dishwasher in a restaurant. It really impacted me quite a bit, realizing that if you don't have a country to back you up, you're into a world of hurt. And I'm so grateful for America that gave me that American dream so I can fulfill it. I mean, if you tell me, 50 years ago, if you were a busboy and now you are the technology ambassador for the United Nations, that is quite a transformation. And with that, I want to play this song for you and ask Miss Vivian to come up here. Is she here? That was her earlier. Okay, so I'm gonna play this song called Amazing Grace. I'm sure many of you know this lyric. And it's really by the grace of God that we're here today, so. Now, if we can play that video real quick to explain why we're here today, that'd be great.
The world is about to make the discovery of the radiant pearl of Africa, Uganda, where thanks to President Museveni and his lovely wife, the First Lady of Uganda, Minister of Education and Sports, Janet Museveni, and the Honorable Minister of ICT and National of this great country are also about to ignite modern innovations. With gratitude, we honor Innocent, Moses Watassa, Henry Biamukama, and Joshua Samuel, whose tireless efforts made this summit real. From the Baganda's vibrant rhythms, to the Karamojong's storied pride, and the heritage of 16 unique tribes, Uganda has a cultural mosaic that will captivate the world. But even more now is united spirit cannot be contained. And as a showcase to the world, Uganda is proudly surging forward. CIS Uganda and CIS International step up through RSC's, the Sovereignty Data Center, and the Uganda-California Tech Forum. They will forge a cooperation that lifts Uganda to lead East Africa. 21 pioneering digital, hardware, and energy companies will, with the hard work of the Ugandan nation, redefine progress, with renewable energy to light up villages and AI startups to spark global solutions. Mobile tech will empower all. Kampala's bustling tech hubs will hum with ambition, while rural innovators embrace digital finance. This is Uganda's heartbeat, a symphony of drummers to developers, from farmers and data farmers to tech pioneers, blending heritage with hope, humanity with technology. Loudly, we announce to the world that opportunity lives here. Join us as we celebrate the Ugandan spirit, where diversity fuels modernization, where cultural richness fuels transformation, and every advance honors its vibrant roots.
Actually, we had a video from the CEO for Supermicro. I don't know why we don't have it. Do we have it? If that is not there, let me take this honor to ask the Honorable Minister to come and launch this Uganda-California Technology Forum. To foster collaboration between Uganda and California's tech ecosystems in innovation, investment, education, and entrepreneurship.
All right. Around about now, we, as the Honorable Minister signs on, it is the launch of the Uganda-California Technology Forum, and we're having the very first signature, and after which we will declare this particular forum launched. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Mr. Ko, please also. There we are. All right.
Let me just explain a little bit more. Last year we had the first executive exchange where we get leaders from Uganda to visit the Bay Area to look at the current trend, Silicon Valley, look at the current trends of technology. And this is a monthly, is it monthly? Monthly, this is online, digital monthly engagement that culminates into the annual exchange, where we shall be having guests from, now we're in partnership with UC Berkeley, Stanford, Senatorial University, Irvine University. We have a big team behind us, and they're following, Dave Rice and Bettina. They've been working very hard. And who else? All the guys. So that is the whole concept. And already we got this concept from something that is already going on between the state government of California with China. So we thought, oh, this is very beautiful. Why not bring it to Uganda? And we are looking prospectively to incorporate in Taiwan, and that is going very well. So that's the whole idea of this tech forum.
All right.
Yeah. And he's saying Florida too, with Plan A and different partners in Uganda. We are partnering with the Ministry of ICT and government to do this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pastor Dr. Yawakama. Right now, we declare the Uganda-California Technology Forum officially launched. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we shall have the CEO, High People, also do the signing. And then after that, other distinguished persons will also append their signatures to it. Please, Pastor, have you done yours? Okay. There's also the lady. All right. Thank you very much. As the CEO, High People, sees the minister back to her seat, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to assure you that the next presentation or the next engagement is one that is going to be conducted with a pinpoint precision in order for us to claw back on much needed time. Excuse me, these they must belong somewhere. Great, thank you. Please, excuse me again. All right, I would like to invite Professor Lawrence Mugisha from the College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources and Biosecurity to the podium. Stella Lugalambi, co-founder and managing director, Hamwe East Africa Limited. Fiona Migade, founder and executive chair, Matuga Industries and Logistics Hub Limited. And Paul Zake, co-founder and managing director, AgriShare Uganda. Augustine Kisitu, technology expert and farmer, also founder and chairman, Royal Digital Rings, is also founder of Chibuga Online Shop. Please make your way. This panel will be moderated by Nicholas Kawoya. Kalunji. All right, you're going to have to work so much. Get out of the shadow.
Thank you so much. No, there are 6. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Like Chris has ably stated, we are holding our second panel of the day, and it is focusing on smart agriculture and climate innovation, building strong ecosystems for food and health and education. Like we all know, Africa relies heavily on agriculture. Most Africans do agriculture. Almost everyone here has ever gotten involved in agriculture in one way or the other. But because this is a digital summit, we are looking for ways of pushing for smart agriculture and amidst climate change. I'm going to give my panelists 1 minute each to briefly introduce themselves and what they do. Then we kick off the panel. I'll start with Kisitu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, High People, for inviting me here. My name is Augustine Kisitu. I am a retired banker. I did my banking for over 15 years, and later I went to relax to join the streets. I am happy to see all the people who have been the generals. Richard Hiayego, we started fighting together, but I went to farming. I am currently looking at how we can make business work for the smallhold farmers and to change this world and make agribusiness a better environment to live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The gentleman next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, the organizers of this summit. I'm Professor Lawrence Mujisha from Makerere University. I'm a veterinarian by training and a wildlife specialist, but more that I focus so much on how nature makes us survive through different platforms, looking at what we call eco-health systems for the mankind. I thank you, and I'm glad to be here to share on this subject of climate-smart agriculture.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to be here. This is an interesting forum. I'm Stella Nambuya Lugalambi from Hamwe, East Africa, and I am happy to see so many people that we started with earlier on and are still here. We're going to talk about smart agriculture. I work with East African farmers, and I think it's going to be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. My name is Fiona Migadde. I am the founder and executive chairperson for a company called Matuga Industries and Logistics Hub. I'm very excited today, and I would like to thank the High People CEO for inviting me here, because as part of the private sector, we are very interested in changing the narrative of failed agriculture through what we're doing, teaching, training, and having the logistical hub. So today is very exciting for us, and we're very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Zake, and yes, I'm studying climate change and adaptation, but today I'm here as the Managing Director, AgriShare Uganda Limited. At AgriShare, we bring the tools and equipment to the farmers via AgriShare app, and currently we are in Uganda, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. Pleasure meeting with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like they have introduced themselves, they are all experts in different fields, but importantly, they all love agriculture, and they want to make sure that even amidst climate change, agriculture continues to grow and support Uganda, Africa, and the world at large. Yes, Prof, I'm going to start with you. In your research, you always emphasize a link between animal health, human health, and ecosystems, which we can call a One Health approach. Please make us understand, how can this integrated thinking be applied practically to help last mile farmers, people at the bottom of the pyramid? Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear audience. Our theme for discussion, as you asked, is smart agriculture, climate innovation, building resilient ecosystems for food, health, and education. And to me, the most significant word I pick from there first is ecosystems. We need to appreciate what ecosystem is and what it means to us. Ecosystem is the life support system. It is the mother nature that our survival, our well-being depends on the ecosystem. Once we are able to appreciate that, then the rest of the things, even the agricultural systems and all the technologies we are going to be talking about, the backbone of all that is the ecosystem. Ecosystem supports all life beings, both living and non-living. But what is happening right now is that this ecosystem is being disrupted, and who is disrupting us? It is us human beings. We are the biggest destructors of biodiversity. Currently, the whole world is losing about 60% of its biodiversity. And he has asked me a very serious question: what do we need to do in terms of using One Health approach, which is an integrated system, is that all of us from different disciplines, whether young, old, educated, professor, we all play a role in this ecosystem in order to have sustainable food production. But I want to put it in the context, if you could allow me. According to the World Bank report, it says climate change, food and nutrition insecurity pose the two most greatest development challenges. And I want us to put that into perspective. And it further says, the global food demand is estimated to increase to feed a projected global population of about 9.7 billion people by 1950. And if you look at Uganda currently with about 51 million people, our population is projected to hit by 2050 to more than 100 million people. When you look at the Middle East, what we are talking about right now here, currently there are 507 million people and projected to go to 724 million people by 2050. So the population, even when you look at Africa, currently at 1.4 billion people, it is projected to be 2.5 billion people by 2050. But all of us, we demand food. We want to be food secure, and we have to ensure that we feed this growing population. Now, a few more statistics I want to share with you to put this perspective very clearly is that since 1985, the world has lost nearly 180 million hectares of arable land, shrinking from 1.4 billion hectares to 1.22 billion hectares by 2020. We are talking, we want food. We want to be food secure to feed this population. But we are losing the most critical asset, the arable land. And it continues to shrink. And we are supposed to feed 10 billion people by 2050. So, what is happening in that direction? If I talk about hunger and food security, over 820 million people experience hunger and food insecurity. Almost 30% of the produced food is wasted, equivalent to 1.3 billion tons annually. And that's why we are saying we need this integrated approach, because there are several aspects that are affected in the entire value chain. Without an integrated approach, if I go to health perspective, One Health, where we come together on a round table up with feasible solutions, including digital transformation, as has been expressed here, then we are in trouble. But what is the impact of this population together with our demands on the environment? Agriculture emits over 6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually, and could reach 9 billion by 2050. Whereas we are producing agriculture to feed, producing food to feed our population, we are also impacting on the climate. The same climate, the same ecosystem that is facilitating the food production. So we need to be aware that as we are talking about technology, digital transformation, we need to put it in the context. Are we prepared? Are we doing the right things in order to continue thriving within this ecosystem that has supported us for life, is going to continue to support us today, in the future to come? So if you need to understand our impact on environment, is that over 50% of the world population faces seasonal or chronic water shortages. All that is related to food, and agriculture at the moment is responsible for 80% of global deforestation. So I'm giving you this kind of information that when we are discussing global food security, we need to put it in perspective and also reflect on our mechanism, on our system. And that's why now the issue of comes in. And I think at this point, let me stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Some colleagues will talk about that.
Yes, Prof, thank you so much.
Of climate, smart agriculture.
Yeah, thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt you because you were Prof, and you did a full research paper, which you are presenting here today. So I gave you ample time to make sure the numbers are shared to everyone. I hope everyone is taking note of those numbers and what impact we can make if we work together. Now, over to you, Mr. Augustine Kisitu. I know you were a tech innovator, but you're also a farmer. using layman language and simple examples, please make us understand how are you using technology to make agriculture smart, and what should other farmers do in regards to technology and agriculture? Thank you. Please close to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We see that when we started farming a long time ago, and many of us associate farming to peasants, but we are saying that that was for a long time ago. Actually, when you look at developed countries, you will hear that the farmers are the up-end people. Only that here we started like that. And what is going to change our mindset from that particular perspective is to make agriculture smart and make the yield or the business real from the agricultural perspective. Now, how do we look at smart agriculture? Smart agriculture is putting technology to help ahead of our agribusiness, to help us in many aspects. For example, we've seen that a professor here has talked about environmental change and those other things. Now, we know that we used to have two normal seasons, but these days, rain is not predictable. So we need to use technology to help us predict when do we expect to get rains and when do we expect to have hot seasons. But again, we don't have to rely on the natural or the God-given rain. We have to improvise, because now we have information using the technology. Now we have to look at how do we manage some of these things. You'll see that as climate changes, there are two complicated things that are introduced. In some areas, there is a lot of rain. In some areas, there is a lot of, the weather is hot. Now, it means for you to manage these situations, you need to stabilize them. When you have a lot of rain, you need to look for ways of preserving this rain or this water to be able to use it in the time of scarcity. Now, how do we do this? It means we have to make use of technology to be able to get to the top of this particular problem. And that is how we are looking at it. But again, we know that technology is, market has also been another issue. So we can actually leverage the technology to be able to display whatever we are growing. And as I was introduced here, we've seen that we have a platform called Chibuga. Chibuga is a platform that says, after I have grown my coffee, for example, I'm a coffee farmer. After I've grown my coffee, what else can where will I sell it? Now, I am trying to create a chain where we are saying, I am a farmer. After I have done my farming, what else? I have to look for the market. But even before the farming, I need to look for, say, things that I need to use on my farm, like farm inputs, and how do I get them? There, I'm also looking, I'm not only looking at myself, but how about the other people that I'm trying to educate? I'm trying to their yields. It means technology is the easier way of transforming or passing information to them, for them to appreciate even the numbers that are required by them. The other bit is that when we get into agriculture as a business, the numbers or the calculator is an important thing. For example, when I'm looking at my coffee business, the first thing I need to look at is what is the productivity on one coffee tree. And when I say one coffee tree, I get about 60,000 from it. Now, I have to translate it. That how much do I, for example, need to make? I say I need to make $1 million. So I get back to the calculator and say, for me to be able to do $1 million, I need to plant so many trees. Now, after I have gained all that information, I need to get to the supply, the off-takers who are going to take this. So I need to use the technology to be able to attract people from all sorts of, all corners of the world. And for a bit of sharing, we have a partnership with one of the Saudi-based company, Igaz International, which is actually partnering with us to do a coffee factory in Ruel Coffee Park. I am a farmer from Ruel, and we are trying to put technology together to be able to put the business of agriculture to be a competitive business. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Augustine. Let me speak to Stella. Stella, you know how East Africa is doing a lot of work supporting close to 1 million farmers in Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and all those places. But make me understand. What are the key barriers that are affecting rural farmers, mainly women? And how are you using technology at Hamwe East Africa to address these challenges?
Thank you so much. Hi, people, and the Middle East and Africa digital transformation. I want to take this on a serious note as digital. We sit here, but most of us don't actually understand the digital divide. We have rural farmers that have 100 kilometers between them before they can get to a bank. They don't have agro dealers that actually can share with them proper produce. And so if there's an agro dealer giving them supplies that are not even known, they have no clue. They actually don't have a digital footprint. We don't know they exist. And I think if we're going to be climate smart, we have to know the people who are actually farming. We cannot sit here in a nice air-conditioned place and think without actually having these farmers on record, having these farmers having farming records, and actually knowing that they exist. And what are they doing? What are the value chains they're doing? The good professor is telling us that they are producing emissions that are actually killing agriculture. Do you know how many farmers or how many cows we have in Uganda or Rwanda or Burundi or Kenya? No one has taken any chance to do records. In the 60s, actually, most counties knew how many goats they had, and that way we could train the people who are having these goats. We could be able to see how we can make sure these emissions are not done. But currently in Africa, we have a problem of having no records. And what Hamwe East Africa is trying to do is digitize all these rural farmers, have their profiles, know the value chains they are doing, understand what kind of crops they're doing, for us to be informed enough and be able to work on a climate smart agenda. If we haven't gotten the records and the people and the value chains of these farmers that we talk about, we don't know them. I'm telling you, if you look at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, they have an estimate. A proper estimate would mean that I should actually know how many trees of coffee I have, or how many farmers are planting coffee, or how many farmers are having goats. We don't have that. And by the way, it's very simple. You just profile the farmers in your county, in your district, and we have these statistics. Yes, it costs money, but having climate smart agriculture will need us to have these records. And if we don't have a proper digital footprint of our farmers in our countries, in our rural settings, we are not going to be able to achieve climate smart agriculture. Now, what Hamwe has been doing is we've been trying to profile. We're a private company. It takes time to have a complete value chain or different farmers in even one county. It costs a lot of money to have this. But we are trying. And that, without having proper records of our rural farmers, we are not going to be able to achieve this. And we can do it very simply nowadays with all the tools we have. We have apps that can actually profile a farmer. You can use biometrics. You can know where these farmers are. And in Uganda right now, they have even IDs. It's very easy. Actually, you can profile 10 to 20 farmers a week. Proper profiling with GPS, tracking, and it can be done. but we don't do it. So if we are to achieve, as Africa or Middle East, to achieve the proper climate smart agriculture, we have to know the people actually participating in this agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Like you have noted, it can actually be done. Pause, Zake. Greetings from me to everyone at AgriShare and from your office in Luwela and everywhere you operate. Make me understand, and picking from what Stella has said, how is AgriShare using technology to make sure that your thousands of farmers are doing agriculture in a smart way and benefiting from it?
Thank you so much. Like Stella said, she gave a very good example. Everybody who's sitting here, you can feel some coldness. Is it? It's cool. Yes. Except for people who are maybe from other continents. It might be a little hot. But now picture a farmer who is outside there. The crops are drying. You know what we tell them? Go irrigate. And know what we are observing? On every 100 acres, only 2 are being irrigated. Why? They don't have the tools. They don't have the equipment. And this is how AgriShare will come in. We enable the farmers to access these agricultural equipment by hiring irrigation pumps, hiring tractors, hiring maize shellers, but innovatively through a digital platform, AgriShare app. In that, if you are sitting here and at your farm you have some irrigation pump which you are not using, you can add it on the platform, on AgriShare app, then other people can hire it. The same applies to other idle resources. According to FAO, for every 10 acres which can grow crops in Uganda, 7 acres are idle. For every 10, if you can, 1, 2 to 10, 7 are lying idle. That's why if you are traveling across the country, you see a lot of bushes, a lot of idle land. But here is the scenario where there is somebody who just needs half acre, just 1 acre, to go into farming and then also be joining the economy. Through digitization, the farmers are able to access the needed tools and equipment. But, like Esther has also said, there's a digital divide. Many farmers are not yet digital. And that's why at AgriShare, the way we are doing it, we are forcing everyone, you have to be digital, either or indirectly. If you have a smartphone, you just use the AgriShare app and then go digital. If you don't have, we have other channels, the call center, the agents, the hubs offices, and we are partnering with even many others to ensure that these farmers can be able to access these tools, access this equipment, and then be able to improve their livelihoods. Digital is happening already. Climate change, it's just connecting the two and then be able to empower farmers to boost up. Thank you.
Thank you, Zake. Like you have said, there is a digital divide that is existing. And one of the issues that are bringing that digital divide is fewer devices, limited devices. Many farmers don't have devices. Maybe I'll allow me inform you that in CEO of MTN Momo, maybe you might want to find a way of giving farmers devices on credit money. That is a discussion AgriShare can have with MTN Momo. That is a discussion Hamwe East Africa can have with MTN Momo. I'm just saying. Thank you. Fiona, please make me understand. From a logistics point of view, how do you see logistics hubs, localized processing centers support agriculture? And how are we deploying technology in these platforms to ensure farmers continue to benefit from whatever they are doing?
Thank you very much. Indeed, the concept of logistics hubs in the country is quite new in a sense that it has usually been done on a government scale, on a large level. And from our perspective as Matuga Industries, we have gone with this concept of the logistics hubs through our farmers' centers. And the farmers' centers have been very important because they have enabled us to get closer to the farmers. And when we get closer to the farmers, we're able to get to them climate-smart agricultural training. So through this training, the farmers are able to know what varieties of seeds they can be able to use to beat the climate. For example, if you're late, it is not all lost late in a season. You can be able to have climate-resistant seeds. You can be able to have access to agro-inputs that can resist climate. For example, if you have a yield of tomatoes, you can't be able to have the agrochemicals that are resistant even when you have rain. So these logistical hubs have given us access to the farmers to be able to disseminate information to them. And in doing this and consolidating the activities together, we find that farmers know what they're doing, and in consolidating this, climate-smart agriculture is achievable and very easily. How is technology helping us? It is very, very critical for us that every farmer that we interface with is registered with us. And I'm very pleased to see that all the people who are here on the panel today are emphasizing the need for registration and finding out where the farmers are. So with the technology, each of us here has an app that we have done. And this app is helping us get the data for the farmers so that we can be able to have the logistics hubs send this information out as we go into the farmer trainings, as we show them what inputs to use, as we show them what crops they can be able to use, and also availability to market. So technology is extremely important in these logistical centers that we have set up in different areas, especially even in town here. Logistical centers have been closer only to the villages, but in town, we have seen that because of technology, you can be able to disseminate training information to the farmers who are not necessarily in the village, but that are training here.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Time is not on our best side, and in 2 minutes, Fiona, I'm going to ask you a question that you answer with your conclusive remarks. You have said so many things that you are doing, and in those you mentioned the apps. My question is going to be very simple. In your opinion, how many apps should the farmers have? Because Hamwe has an app, Matuga has an app, AgriShare has an app. How many apps should the farmers have? Can't we have one app that can do all that? Please, in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I feel like that is a very interesting question. But what I can say is that the farmer getting close to any form of app is our first step to the level where we are right now. If the app that the farmer is able to use is compatible with the kind of phone that they have, whatever it is that we can do together with whichever app that is closer to what the farmer needs is a starting point for us to eventually get to a global app that all of the farmers can be able to integrate in. So my conclusive remarks are, grab any app that you can be able to get as long as it sets us onto the road to digitizing and transforming agriculture through technology.
Thank you so much. Now, farmers should grab any app that can help them transform agriculture and their lives. Mr. Zake, within 2 minutes, please assume you are addressing the presidents from across COMESA. Please build a case as to why they should prioritize smart agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will also mention something before coming to that question. On the question which
Zake, within 2 minutes.
Yeah,
thank you.
Very briefly. COMESA is very important because with the COMESA it means that's over 640 million people. If you look at USA, the population is about 340 million. That means with the COMESA, we are double the population of USA. That's big market, big investment opportunity. It's very important for the COMESA president to ensure that, okay, we further digitize, we further ensure that, okay, there is more climate-smart agriculture across, because this is the way how we can be able to empower our farmers to ensure that scaling even moves faster than the way it would be. Imagine if COMESA protocols and policies were being implemented. It would mean that all policies would be aligning. For example, we see an example of the European Union. They have the GDPR on data protection. Within the region, you have data protection unique in Uganda. When Arusha scaled to Malawi, we had to do different one. But why don't we use the same to be a cross-cutting? Then another one, it comes into the aspect of putting the partnerships across. I can give you an example of Arusha. When we are scaling still in Malawi, we didn't scale entirely independently. We scale through partnering with a local partner, that's the Agricultural Commodity Exchange Africa, ACE in Africa, which is based in Lilongwe. That means when there is these collaborations, then it's easier and it is cost-effective when they are partners to be able to scale onto those countries. Then lastly, one thing which is critical and which needs all the actors is having our villages to be digitally smart. Because no matter how many apps we create, no matter how many digital innovations we create, if the farmers, the people in rural areas whom we are serving, they are not going digital, there is no infrastructure to support the digital innovations, then it's all more like wastage. In summary, we need, of course, the policies to be aligned. We need to ensure there are local partnerships. We need to ensure also the villages to be digitally smart. That way, it will be prudent that then the scaling of digital innovations across COMESA will be done faster, but also cost-effectively.
Thank you so much, Zake. Yes, Mr. Augustine Chisitu. You hold so many hats, an innovator, a farmer, an entrepreneur. But I want you to put on one hat this time. As a farmer, within 2 minutes, please build a case as to why all farmers must practice smart agriculture, but importantly, explain what other stakeholders must do to ensure that this smart agriculture actually works.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. What every farmer needs to have from a technology perspective is access to information. Like I've told you, I've been a banker, so I didn't do agriculture. But one thing that has helped me is access to information through the digital environment. And I can actually ably talk about anything because the information is available. So one way we can enable or empower our farmers is by encouraging them to go and get in some organized way using technology to access whatever they are. To have competitive markets is to have information about the entire market. Because you know that, to go wherever, the easiest way is to use the technology around you to be informed in this particular perspective. The other bit why every farmer would need is the financing. These days, for example, if I want to get Momo Advance, if I am to play Mr. Ego's Kalango, if you want to get Momo Advance, you have to be technology, you have to have some technology around you. And it is the easiest way to do what? To access financing. And the other bit is, these days, like the government, is empowering group cohesion, cooperatives. And the one easy way to keep these people together is to have them organized with some technology of some sort, like my friends here are saying. So I think technology is one thing that we can't run away from. And the last bit is that I've done, for example, as a farmer, I've done a project which is talking to President's perspective, where he says 4-acre model. And what are we doing? Because investment is a little bit tight, I am trying to get people, I buy land. For example, I have a project of about 40 acres where I'm touching 10 families, family holds. And what does that do? It means I give them 4 acres in that particular plot. You develop that land, you grow coffee and matoke, for example, and at the end of the day, we share the profits. But I am trying to empower you to start the business that you were not able to start. But the easiest way to be able to, me as a person, to monitor these people is I must have some bit of technology that monitors them, that gives me their yield, their contributions, and the likes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Yes, Stella, as we wind up, from a broader perspective, what policies do we need in place to ensure that this smart agriculture talk can be a reality, to ensure that the work that Hamo East Africa is doing can be sustainable and benefit as many farmers as you anticipate?
Thank you very much. One of the things I wanted to clarify, farmers don't have to have apps. Like he said, they just have to have access to information. We build apps, we have web interfaces. For him to be able to see everything that the farmers are doing, he has to have a dashboard, and that is some kind of technology. They can use SMS to actually access information. They can use USSD. I think we have MTN here. They can tell you that farmers can access information for as little as 60 shillings, and that content has to be there. What policies do we need? I think that is a fantastic question. We have Minister of Agriculture, I don't know whether they were here, and Minister of ICT. Do we have this content accessible to farmers? We have research centers. Recently, I was in Agoro. They are wondering how can they plant their own shea nut trees that don't take 15 years to grow, because South Africa has shea nut that takes 18 months to 3 years to grow. That information, did you know that actually Naro has been testing that kind of shea nut tree, but farmers don't have access to that information. So can we come up with a policy as a Minister of Agriculture, all the ministries that are actually having this information, how do we disburse this information to the last person down there? How do they access this information? Do we put it in local, put it on dashboards? Do we call hall meetings and ask farmers to come every Sunday evening and we tell them what is the progress on what is going on? Those are the policies that we need in place. If we know there's a location that needs to work with oranges, and we have research centers working on this, how do farmers access this content? I have talked to the Ministry of Meteorology. How do farmers access information about the rain patterns, water sources? Do we have information about this? So as long as we can come up with a policy of how to disburse this information to the farmers that actually need it. How do they access it? Make access to information very easy in the languages that can be trainable to them. I think that is the kind of policy I would want. I don't know if there's an MP that we can lobby for as Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Stella,
you.
and they are noting. She has talked about access to information. Now, Prof, I, with purpose, made you the last person. I request you to wrap up this conversation of smart agriculture and innovation. As a teacher at the university, as someone in research, as someone who loves agriculture, and one who's very happy when people are successful, but in a way that preserves our environment and climate, what must be done, when should it be done, how should it be done? Within 3 minutes, Prof.
Thank you so much, moderator. That's very, very interesting. There are different terms that we have, but they are confusing. When you talk about climate change, what does the rural person understand by climate change? When we say climate smart agriculture, what does it mean to us? Or what does it mean to you? We need to break down these terms to the actual people, the population, that they understand them, what they mean. For example, climate change realities are here with us. They are already affecting us, but in which way and how? we see variabilities in temperature. Increase in temperature affects several different aspects. Variabilities in relative humidity affects us in different ways. Variabilities in different weather changes, like extreme weather changes, flooding, heat waves, and so on, they affect us. When it comes to agriculture, they affect pests. When it comes to agriculture, they affect productivity. So we need to break these things for them to understand. While we are using technology and adopting the digital applications, there are some ways and systems we can, for me as a researcher, as an educator, I've seen when this information is broken down at a lower level, for example, at primary, even nursery, the children are able to take that information back home. When we say about weather changes, predicting rains, droughts, and so on, how is that information accessed? I like he has said he's a banker, but his access to information has helped him. Every day I listen to Radio 1 as I drive to work, and they have a session for giving weather information. If all the radio stations in the country, now because we have easy access for radio station, that every radio station is able to break down that information specifically targeting agriculture, because agriculture is the backbone of our economy. If every radio station every day breaks small pieces of information in a way to a rural farmer, even when a rural farmer understands it, even me who is educated, I will understand it. For me, I would advocate that as we promote digitalization, as we promote technology, let us incorporate information that is actually important for our local people in order to understand the operating environment. All of us, we need to know nature. Everything supports everything. Whatever we do in terms of agriculture productivity and other innovations and industrialization, all of it depends on agriculture. I've seen our National Development Plan 4 focuses on agro-industrialization. But what does that one mean to our farmers? How does it relate to the global changes in terms of climate? To me, I think let us integrate all information at different levels, package it in a way that is easily accessible, it can be understood at different levels. And if we do that together with enabling policies and supporting infrastructure development, then we are able to support the projected populations globally, nationally, and regionally by 2050, as it is projected to be 10 billion globally. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you so much to all the panelists. We have been discussing smart agriculture and climate innovation. We have had Professor Lawrence Mugisha from College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources and Biosecurity. We have had Stella Lugalambi, the co-founder and managing director of Hamwe East Africa. We have had Fiona Migade, the founder and executive chair of Matuga Industries and Logistics Hub Limited. We have had Paul Zake, the co-founder and managing director of AgriShare Africa. We have had Augustine Kisitu, a technology expert, a farmer, founder and chairman of Royal Digital Rings, and founder of Kibuga Online Shop. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, Nicholas Kalunji. Panelists and, moderator's already gone. Wanted a photo opportunity for the panel. Just a moment, 30 seconds. Photographer, who is the nearest, please come over. Moderator. Moderator, come over. Yeah? All right. Let's have that panel. Quickly. As that is being undertaken, please, sorry. All right, are we done? Sorry for, okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we prepare to hear from Mr. Daniel, Ahikirize, I would ask the team, especially the ones that are working on the presentations, to play us a 4-minute video, one that should allow us understand matters on global financial technology network more. So, gentlemen, please play that as Mr. Daniel Ahichirize prepares to come through.
This is our 10th year of Global SME Finance Forum. So we are at a key juncture where we are celebrating our decade of doing these events, and we've done it close to 7 countries already.
Collaboration between governments, regulators, financial institutions, and innovative finance providers and technology providers will play key to unlocking the full potential of data-driven lending for SMEs.
In my opinion, Hobbs, inclusive technology which solves for local market and customers is an obligation for small businesses to be financed. Countries where these technologies will get built will become the leader for rest of the economies which are of a similar kind.
80% of the jobs created in emerging markets today are created by the private sector. And if we want to empower the generation of women entrepreneurs that is following us, the role of private sector is not only critical, but is absolutely fundamental. Without the private sector's active engagement, we won't be able to achieve the goals that we want to achieve.
2 major challenges that needs to be addressed and that AI can help to address. The first one is the challenge of accessibility, and the second one is the challenge of productivity.
I think that the main challenge for SMEs when trying to get credit in a bank is how the bank can understand the 360 of the client, right? The traditional sources of data to get a better read of that end customer, thus providing credit.
All right, thank you very much. That is an interlude. I would like now to invite Daniel Ahikirize, the Chief Executive Officer at Forex Bulls Academy, to talk to us about online stock and Forex trading in an evolving region. Thank you very much. Okay, most welcome, sir. Make it pinpoint.
Okay, protocol observed. Good afternoon. You guys are so quiet. Is it because it's lunchtime or something? So I'm Daniel Ahikirize, and most other people call me V-Dollar. That's what they know me for. And I want to talk to you about online stock and Forex trading in an evolving Middle East and Africa region, okay? Now, to be honest, there is no better place to talk about this than this place, because we're talking about digital transformation, and to be honest, this is the right place. Now, I've been trading for about 5 years now, but then more to that, I've also been able to educate people, most especially the youth, on how to do the same business. And in over 3 years, we've educated over 10,000 people and then inspired millions of people online, okay? And yeah, I want to also introduce you to the idea of trading, okay? Now, as I mentioned earlier, I majorly do Forex, but then I also do have knowledge about stocks, okay? So to start off with, the Forex market is actually a global decentralized market, and it's the biggest traded market with over $6 trillion per day, okay? And then followed by the stock market, the New York Stock Exchange, then we have the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and more on. And that means that's an opportunity for each person here, or even anyone out there, to actually tap into this. Now, more to that, anyone can trade, okay? As long as you get to learn, and I would say that's what we are trying to bridge. We're trying to find a way on how do we extend information to somewhere out there, because to be honest, whenever I bring out this topic, it feels like rocket science. You're telling someone that, okay, you could actually make money by exchanging currencies, and they feel like maybe this is some rocket science. And then some other people, what comes in mind first is, oh, this is a scam. And I mean, if we are looking at digital transformation, we have to bridge that, okay? I did carry some, I carried a dollar bill and then 10,000. So what we are basically doing is we are exchanging money. And in that process, you're actually making money. Now, it's just like what Forex bureaus do, but this time around, we are doing it online, okay? Now, it does get a bit technical, but again, there's always information you can get to learn, and that's why Forex Bulls Academy exists. But then there's also more information online, okay? Now, more than that, there are challenges facing the industry. And to start off with is lack of awareness. And I would say, being in this position, I've interacted with a lot of people, both in Africa. I've also traveled abroad. I've seen how people need to learn more about this. Now, to start off with here, as I mentioned earlier, whenever you bring up this, someone says, okay, this is a scam. And I think the easiest way to really spread the message is through results. Now, these are calling for whoever is here and would love to get into this. I mean, this is your calling. Anyone can start trading, and you can be able to make money, okay? And yeah, as the Minister of Finance says, colleagues, money will come, okay? You guys didn't even laugh. That was a joke, though. Okay, next up, we also have lack of regulation. Yes, in Uganda so far, trading, Forex isn't regulated, but there's regulation in other African countries. That's Kenya, we have South Africa, we have Egypt, we have Algeria, and more on. But nevertheless, it's still a good space, and there's always money to be made. And then on the other side, looking at the digital transformation and all that, the more people that engage in trading, well, we are fighting unemployment, most especially amongst the youth. Yep, you're done with university, and you can't do anything. This is here. You can learn and be able to make money. Then more to that, there's no competition, and it makes it much more easier to scale. Now, when you're trading, it's global. I mentioned that earlier on. So there's no competition that, oh, because Daniel is trading, then someone else shouldn't trade, or I won't be able to make money because this other person is doing so. No. And then lastly, through trading, we can be able to take advantage of, even the smallest risk, rather, the smallest resources that we have. Could be your phone. With internet, you're able to trade, you're able to make money. Easy as that. And through that, we shall be embracing this. And yeah, God bless you all. God bless Uganda, and for God and my country. Cheers.
All right. I was trying to pick up pretty much on everything. I love to make money. How much is a course? Huh? A course. And that takes me how much time? A month or two at 150,000 Uganda shillings. I can learn to make $1 billion? 150? Ah. So let me bring this home for us. If I were to start trading, you displayed $1 and 10,000 Uganda shillings. Now, let's imagine I'm displaying 1 million Uganda shillings. How much money can I make in a day? Buying and selling? All right. I'm going to make some money. Who doesn't want to make money? You guys don't want money? All right. That is one of the biggest lies you'll ever come across. Right now, I would like to invite another panel that is going to use 20 minutes max so that we can claw back time and fall within the period that has been allocated to us by Serena Kampala Hotel. I would like to call upon Alice Sharon Namugera, CEO, Belle Beauty. Okay. Alice Sharon Namugera, please make your way to the podium. Richard Yego, Managing Director and CEO at MTN Mobile Money Uganda. Teddy Sobramanin, CEO, COMESA Business Council. Make your way to the podium. Sorry, madam. Joseph Chimboa, Chief Content Officer at High People. Please make your way to the podium. Peter Kuo, CEO and founder, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions International. Please. The moderator for this particular panel will be Edward Kataha, the Managing Director at Vertex, Fintech and Financial Services Consultant. Please, you are most welcome. Come and marshal this very last panel discussion as we close the day, the very first day of the Middle East and Africa Digital Transformation Summit. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and our esteemed panelists. Today's theme is Speaking Automation, Digital Public Goods. Oh, no, I can use this. Yeah, today's theme is Speaking Automation, Digital Public Goods, and Digital Public Infrastructure. Despite the progress we've seen over time, over 350 million adults in sub-Saharan Africa remain financially excluded. Yet, with advances in digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, and AI-driven automation, we are closer than ever to bridging the last mile if we innovate with intention. So I'll let the panelists introduce themselves and what they do, then we will kick in and dive into the discussion.
Hello, everybody. My name is Peter Kuo. I am the technology ambassador for the United Nations Association of Orange County, and my job constitutes of finding technologies, especially the cross-border technologies, to implement it throughout the world. And I'm also the CEO for SIAS, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions. Also, what we do there is find solutions that can solve the national problem, in particular to the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you. My name is Teddy Subramanian. I am the CEO of COMESA Business Council. In summary, we are the voice of the private sector in the COMESA region. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Richard Diego is my name, the CEO of MTN Mobile Money, the largest mobile money platform on the country, but also part of the largest fintech platform on the continent. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon. I'm the CEO of Belle Beauty Uganda, which is a lifestyle platform that is giving opportunities to beauty service providers, vendors, and event managers specializing in lifestyle events. And I'm very happy to be here.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Chimboa. I'm the Chief Content Officer at Hi People. Hi People is the reason we are here, so it doesn't need an explanation.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll immediately start with Richard. Richard is the CEO, MTN Mobile Money Uganda, which has become a regional giant, processing nearly 95 billion in annual fintech transactions across Africa. So Richard, with such a scale, how are you using automation, agent networks, DPI, to reach the remaining underserved users, particularly in rural, hard-to-reach areas?
Thank you, Edward, for that question. So at MTN, firstly, we are very focused in scaling, the adoption of digital financial services. We are all aware of the encumbrances that we've had for so many years, but at MTN, specifically in Uganda, for the past 16 years now, we did start mobile money in 2009, and it's been a journey, a very long journey, but also a transformative one that has evolved over the years. Today we are serving over 13 million customers, but that doesn't just come easily. There's a lot of investment that we've made on technology, especially, to ensure that the onboarding, because when we're talking about financial inclusion, firstly is to ensure that the onboarding is seamless. So how do you get the customer to open that wallet? That was very crucial for us. So today, when you buy a SIM card, we've ensured that upon activating that SIM card, automatically a wallet is created. So that was one of the first tasks that we needed to ensure that we sort out so that the customer has a much better experience right from the onboarding. We are also saying that when you get onboarded, automatically you're able to set your PIN in just minutes and you're good to go. And we're not talking about days, we're not talking about hours, but just a couple of minutes. So that's very crucial. So that automation, I think, is the first, success that we're able to deliver to link, the SIM registration to the wallet creation. So that's very crucial. But we are also aware that for the customer to access our services, the agents must play a very big role. So today we boast over 200,000 very active agents across the country, but those agents must be trained. They must be trained in terms of digital tools. Our agents actually have an app, so they have both the app but also USSD. We've also ensured that the customer has both the USSD but also the app channel. But of course, in our market, USSD is still very predominant. Smartphone penetration is now at about 45%, but that's an improvement from 37% about 3 years ago. So we've made quite a bit of progress, especially with smartphone penetration. But we also do know that with the smartphone, you're able to do much more. So again, we're putting a lot of effort to ensure that this smartphone penetration continues to grow. Some of the panelists earlier talked about, how do we get smartphones in the hands of the farmers? And of course, that remains a challenge. We have some smartphone financing that we've been doing at MTN, and that is part of what has driven the penetration from 37% 3 years ago to now about 45%. But that is still small. We still have a lot of work to do to ensure that we place the smartphone in the hands of the customers out there. So that means that of the 13 million customers, the biggest percentage still is using the feature phones. So quite a lot to be done, but we are up to the task. Of course, we are working closely with government, and part of that effort is to see to it that if we can waive off taxes, if government can waive off taxes specifically on smartphones, then that adoption is actually going to be scaled much faster. So at MTN, we've worked, of course, closely. Parish development model, this again is another big area where we played a part together with some of the banks like Postbank to ensure that the final beneficiaries actually receive these funds so that we can eliminate elements of ghost beneficiaries, because that's very crucial. So again, that effort has yielded a lot of fruit through the collaborations that we've had to ensure that automation is done. Of course, the platforms are integrated to the NIRA database. We've also ensured that we connect to the NITA, the payment gateway, that government operates. URA is connected to ensure that taxes are paid seamlessly. And of course, we've also invested quite heavily in terms of the merchant rollout to ensure that we push for digital payments as opposed to cash. So quite a lot has been happening. I don't want to take a lot of time, but briefly, that's what I should share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Lastly, just one more question for you, Richard. As digital public infrastructure continues to evolve, what does interoperability mean for MTN, and how are you positioning Momo to serve as a platform for inclusive services like credit, insurance, and savings?
Okay, thank you, Edward, for that. So,
hello. My apologies for interrupting. For those that are not speaking, please ensure the mic is off and then switch it on when you are. There is a lot of feedback that is happening over here. Thank you.
Okay, so Edward, at MTN, interoperability is a very, very crucial enabler for us to be able to scale faster. They say that when you want to move far, move together, but if you want to move very fast, then you need to move alone. But we want to go far together. So we believe in interoperability. We have established a lot of interoperability synergies, firstly with the banks. Today, the customer's mobile money account is linked to their bank account. So that's the first level of interoperability that we did achieve over 10 years ago. That's very important because then it gives that customer the convenience to be able to move money between their bank account, but also their wallet. But also, most importantly, about 3 years ago, we did establish interoperability with Airtel, that is the other mobile money provider. What then that drove is a lot of uptake. We've seen more than 10. That is going to be able to drive another level of interoperability. We have not yet, included the full circle, because when you talk of interoperability, there are use cases that we've not yet played into, and that the most important one is the merchant payments, especially between the mobile money providers. But when it comes to interoperability of cashless payments with the banks, we have achieved that to a large extent. Today, you're able to walk into an outlet that has a POS machine, and that point of sale device is actually able to process a mobile money transaction. We've had interoperability at the agent level for the banks. A bank agent is able to, move their float with mobile money at the same time, so they're able to rebalance easily. So interoperability is such a critical driver for us, lever for us to be able to scale financial services, especially at the last mile. So quite a lot of work done, but still more to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. A round of applause for Richard. Let's hear from a very special speaker, Teddy, CEO, COMESA Business Council. Teddy, what key regional policy or regulatory frameworks are currently in motion to accelerate financial inclusion across COMESA using digital public infrastructure and digital public goods?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. But before answering your question, let me point out that the COMESA Business Council, we are the apex body of the private sector in the whole of the COMESA region. And we work to deepen regional integration and also greater participation of the private sector, the business community in trade and regional trade integration initiatives. So in that capacity, we sit on the other side. We advocate for policy and also for regulatory framework that is business friendly. So that is our prime objective, to have a regulatory environment which help businesses, tech companies, and others flourish in the region. So that's what we are and what we are working towards at the level of the COMESA Business Council. Having said that, to come back to your question, the COMESA Business Council is currently developing a digital retail payment platform, which will facilitate payment across borders in the COMESA region, which we hope will be at a very low cost and also help SMEs, women entrepreneurs, and young people trade across borders. Now, within that context, we are developing some regulatory framework and helping regions with developing their laws. We have developed model laws on data protection. We have developed a model law on consumer protection, all this within the context of the digital retail payment platform that we are currently developing. Now, having said that, one of the problems that we realize when we speak about digital infrastructure or digital public good is about, first of all, digital literacy, which I think is a key issue to address. And in the COMESA region, we realize that there is a huge gap there to fill in, and the COMESA Business Council has developed an e-academy where we have modules to train people on everything having to do with digitalization, marketing, e-commerce, and so on. So we are addressing this issue of digital literacy as well. But over and beyond that, because when we talk about digitalization, when we talk about digital public goods, digital infrastructure, we have the vision of Africa itself growing. And in that context, I would have to mention here that in the context of the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, there has been the development of a protocol on digital trade, which will facilitate digitalization on the African continent. And no later than last week, myself and my team, we were in Namibia for the Commonwealth Trade Summit. There was a business summit as well, where we launched the first ever model law on digital trade, paperless trade for the Commonwealth. And this is something I think that many countries in the region can adopt. So in a nutshell, this is what the COMESA Business Council and the COMESA at large is working on. But of course, there is a lot of work to be done in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy. Teddy, you sit at the intersection of policy, innovation, regional economic empowerment. How is CBC supporting private sector-led solutions to ensure digital systems are inclusive, secure, accessible, and especially for informal cross-border traders and women-led enterprises?
I think I mentioned earlier also in my first response, we are working on the digital retail payment platform, and we are focusing essentially on having financially inclusion for women, SMEs, young people. Because one of the problems we have is in terms of financial inclusion is in terms of payment. Across borders, because at the moment, many of the transactions are on the basis of cash. So moving into an online retail payment platform will facilitate greater financial inclusion and also increase, for example, financial record, banking transaction, banking record as well, will enhance greater financial inclusion. So this is one of the first tools we are currently working on. Also, we have, as I mentioned earlier, the e-academy. We are training and targeting women, young people, those who are financially excluded to be digitally literate, so that then they can participate more effectively in the digital economy. So these are some of the instruments that we are currently developing at the level of CBC to facilitate a greater inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teddy. Let's hear from Alice. Alice, from your experience on the ground, what does digital financial inclusion really mean to a young woman in the informal economy? And how can automation and mobile finance tools serve here more effectively?
Thank you. Just a second. Thank you for your question. Brilliant question. So, for the young woman in the informal economy, financial inclusion or digital financial inclusion means access, it means ease, it means trust. Like, how can I access monetary tools to grow my business without having to give so much of myself? So it means the ability to access financing or financial tools at my convenience, and I'm speaking as someone in the informal economy. Currently on the Bell Beauty app, we have onboarded around maybe 400 to 500 vendors in the space of 2 months. In the space of 2 months, and most of them do not trust having a bank account. So for a woman in the informal economy, financial inclusion is beyond having a bank account. It's about how can I access the tools to grow myself, to grow my business with ease, with trust, and with access. And the second part of the question that says how mobile finance tools can help, like I've already earlier mentioned that people in the informal economy, who are mostly women and the youth, don't tend to really draw themselves to using their bank accounts. They want their money in the moment. So on the Bell Beauty app, because we have different marketplaces, we are middlemen, Bayilivi, quote unquote, we sell products on behalf of these people, or you can book their services through our platform. They do not want their money being sent to the bank account. If you tell them share, we always provide the option of you either share your bank account or you either share your mobile number where we can send you money. But it will surprise you that even with the option of mobile money, they will choose to come to office and pick up their money themselves. Reason being that charges are high. The charges of withdrawal are high, and these transactions are not high-value transactions. If someone is counting the percentage that is going to go to withdraw fees alone, if you put it on their mobile money, it's still high. It's going to enter into what they call their capital. So they will be like, oh, maybe just organize all my sales. At the end of the week, I'll come and pick it up in cash. But then the way the transaction is designed, someone is supposed to bear that charge. So the business ends up bearing that charge because for us, we are trying to make it convenient for the customer and also make it convenient for the service owner or the product owner. So we end up having to bear that charge because the customer has already paid on the platform through mobile money or through the bank. So I believe that even as much as we have made progress with digital payments and mobile money, making it easy for people to receive payments, we still believe there is still a long way to go, because if we are to suggest the tools that could help, like maybe AI, introducing AI so that people can get their loans processed just basing off the data that we have as the people who own a platform, or digital payments through and through as the only option of getting paid, we still believe that there will always be a bottleneck of charges. So it's still not accessible. It's still not, there is no ease, and that there is still a lack of trust. And with that being solved, we believe that the woman in the informal economy or the youth even in the informal economy will be served, and they will start to use these financial inclusive tools.
Thank you. Again, Alice, one last question. In what ways can beauty, fashion, and lifestyle sectors be leveraged as entry points for financial technology adoption among underserved populations?
Thank you. So beauty, fashion, and lifestyle may come off as very soft sectors, but they are part and parcel of who we are every single day. There is no one who is going to show up with hair undone or nails undone and be comfortable being like that. Or there is no one, and where we are at right now as a people, we are looking for the next cool things. And with the surgence of social media, you're going to find that it's not just here in Kampala, it's as far as Mukono, it's in that central region, in the western region. Because of the prevalence of technology, things move faster than we actually think that they will. So it may look like a soft sector with very minimal contribution to the greater conversation. However, there are very big economic engines that can drive economic growth if carefully and intentionally cultivated to grow. And the reason why they work, one, is there is a high volume of informal entrepreneurs in this sector. A lot of people, now that you see the unemployment rate keeps rising up, when people graduate, every quarter, I think a university is releasing graduates. A lot of people, instead of looking for the conventional jobs in offices, because they say they are not there, they are going to draw to themselves to developing the skills that they have, to see how they can monetize them and make a living out of them. So there is a high volume of informal entrepreneurs, and that alone is an opportunity for all sector players who are interested to get in there and identify the different opportunities in which they can actually have people interested in these tools, in these financial inclusive tools. Then, and the upside is that they are already familiar with technology, and also they are very community driven, meaning that there is a chance of higher growth if you deal with these communities because they work on referrals, they work on oh, I saw this one do this, where in this community that we are in, and I'm also going to do that. And also, if any of these community leaders that are in these communities believe in the services that are being rendered, they are likely to actually introduce them to their communities. If I, as Bell Beauty, really did believe in, let's say, mobile payments, I do, but they are very costly. So if I will then tell everyone that is using the platform that we only accept these payments, that even when you make an offline order, we can just send you a link to make the payment. So they are very community-driven and peer-driven. Then there is also a lot of opportunity for growth in these sectors as well. Let's look at a platform like Bell Beauty. People don't just come to buy products, people come and buy, people can book services as well. We manage events as well, like ticketing for events. And because of that, there is an opportunity to actually scale the benefits that come with these tools with a platform that has various marketplaces to do so, to provide that opportunity. And then with the people in the underserved communities, we can find ways of automizing certain things like their savings. Now we are looking at the vendors and the service providers. How can we automate their savings? How can we introduce tools such as buy now, pay later? And it's all in one platform, and it's very easy to use. It's very straight to the point, and it can easily be translated to even someone who is not interested in technology, even someone who has trust issues with, I have not touched cash. You can't tell me I have money when I'm not touching cash. So, yeah.
Thank you. Let's turn to Joseph. Joseph is the Chief Content Officer at High People. Joseph, what narratives or solutions are emerging from the ground up that show promise in transforming underserved communities, and what role does content and visibility play in scaling such innovation? Now, just before you come in, High People has long led the way in financial inclusion, storytelling, digital literacy, and empowering fintech ecosystems through platforms like 40 Days Fintechs. Thank you.
Well, thank you. There are very many narratives, and one of the narratives you've just heard from Bell Beauty. But that's a bottom of the pyramid question, and I will answer it in a bottom of the pyramid narrative. Whether you go to Elegu, or Kalere Market, or the Malaba, or the Mwami Muchinji, one-stop border post between Zambia and Malawi, there are some collective challenges faced by the last mile person. Collective challenges to digital and financial inclusion. And that's what High People stands for. We stand to advocate for people who are facing those collective challenges. if you go to those places I've mentioned, you find someone who is complaining about network issues, connectivity. The internet does not reach. Probably they don't have electricity, so they, even when they have a phone, they struggle to charge it. That's a connectivity issue. You will find someone with a cost issue or transaction cost issue. They'll tell you the cost of withdrawing money is expensive, is high, and our clients don't want to include transaction costs when they are buying from us, and that will be a challenge for a trader who is using probably, let's say, MomoPay, and someone you want to sell someone something of 1,000 shillings, and they want to pay that exact amount without including transaction costs. And you know, we still have a cash-based economy, strictly highly cash-based. People want to be paid and withdraw money. They don't want to be paid and pay for other services. So that's a collective challenge you will find everywhere. Which you will find a collective challenge of probably literacy levels. How many of the last mile people can afford to navigate certain products? It can be mobile money, it can be Bell Beauty, it can be a solution, let's say Hamway that was here, let's say AgriShare that was here. How many have the capacity to navigate these interfaces? That's a challenge you will find at the bottom of the pyramid. So what iPeople does is to identify these challenges and try to bring conversations, like the conversation we're having here, to find collective solutions to these collective challenges. And through our initiatives, such as the 40 Days for the Fintechs initiative or the Women in Fintech initiatives, we've done it over a decade, trying to spotlight these challenges, look at the user end, and try to highlight these solutions. Like Bell Beauty has been highlighted on one of our platforms, 40 Days for the Fintechs. And when we bring these conversations in one place where we meet people like these stakeholders, like Momo and others that can come up with solutions. For instance, if it's a language issue, can we have solutions that speak to the people in their own languages? Some innovators have started doing so. These conversations started from our initiatives. Can we have interoperable solutions? Mr. Eggers already mentioned it. They are trying to bring like open APIs, and it becomes easier for the small boys in the industry, in the fintech industry, to integrate with big players like MTN, and work becomes easier for everyone. So iPeople is like, I would say we create a one blood group. That's the interoperability. We are advocating for having a one blood group for everyone, whereby everyone with a challenge can find a solution everywhere. It doesn't have to be in Uganda. It doesn't have to. We don't have to have borders. It has to be borderless. It has to be seamless. It has to be instant payments, inclusive payment, and inclusive solutions. That's the advocacy iPeople is doing by identifying these solutions deep down from the bottom of the pyramid and bringing them up to the top of the pyramid, and we find solutions together.
All right, thank you very much. Lastly, how is iPeople leveraging DPI and DPG frameworks such as Moja Loop or open APIs to support interoperable ProPua initiative in COMESA and beyond?
Well, I've partly mentioned that when we create a one blood group, let's say we are all blood O, and that's the interoperable solutions that that we are advocating for. We are scaling the Include Everyone program in the COMESA region, working with the COMESA Business Council. And the idea is to promote seamless digital financial services across the region. And these seamless digital financial services can only be achieved if we work hand in hand with digital financial services providers like telecoms and national banks and all stakeholders in the digital and financial inclusion space. So the Include Everyone program should be welcomed by everyone. We've run our first season this year, and it's been a successful initiative where we ran the Women in Fintech Hackathon between Zambia and Malawi, as well as the 40 Days 40 Fintechs initiative in Zambia and Malawi still, working with the COMESA Business Council. And the feedback has been very good and positive. Like I said, the challenges are collective. The challenge you find in Uganda is the challenge you find in Zambia, there is the challenge you find in Malawi, and it's the same challenge you find in Egypt or Ethiopia. The borders are just demarcations, but the challenges are common and the same. And we are spotlighting these, and we want to work with everyone to solve these challenges. We've done something. Open APIs are there, telecoms will tell you they are there. COMESA Business Council has told you they're working on a retail digital payment platform. Uganda is working on a national payment switch, I think. And these are conversations that have come out of our initiatives, such as the Digital and Financial Inclusion Summit that has been here for over a decade. And I can assure you those conversations started here. Just here in this place, that's where it happens every year in November. And we are happy that it's extending across the borders, and more people are coming on board, and more players are picking interest in digital and financial inclusion for everyone, for seamless digital financial transactions and services.
Thank you. We'll hear from Peter, and thereafter we'll have closing remarks from Richard. Peter is the CEO and founder, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions, which focuses on sustainable financing and inclusive impact solutions, often targeting the base of the pyramid. But he will tell us more. I believe there's much more. So Peter, how can digital public infrastructure help unblock access to sustainable finance for unbanked populations? And what digital public goods do you believe should be prioritized to catalyze more inclusive credit, insurance, or investment channels?
All right. Again, great to be here today. I'd like to also start with a story. When I first immigrated to America, my dad would tell me one thing, and that is, if you give someone a burger, you feed them for the day. If you teach them how to make burger, you feed them a lifetime. But the third thing he always said, and that always be in my mind, is that if you teach someone how to teach making burgers, you change the world. And I took that to heart. So when I joined UN a few years ago, their number one goal is no poverty. And that no poverty stuck in my head, knowing that it's got to be a solution to solve all this poverty that we're having around the world, especially here in Uganda. And Uganda having a spillover score of 97 is among the highest within all the 192 member nations. And what does spillover score means? Spillover scores means that if Uganda is successful, the rest of the region will become successful. And with the forming of EAF, East Africa Federation, hopefully soon, Uganda could collectively affect 330 million people around the region. So again, UN is looking at Uganda to hoping that they have a stable leadership that can make the no poverty become a reality of the UN SDGs. So again, my job as a CEO for CS, Sustainable Impact Alliance Solutions, is to find solutions to solve those problems. And I feel that for too long, we have people talking about micro-lending, we have people talking about digital payment, we have people talking, but they are not talking to each other. And I'm hoping with today's conference, sponsored by HAP People, that we can become the super glue. Again, Professor Roman talked about leapfrogging over the rest of the world, and the Islamic Lending Institute also talk about using Sharia laws to have no interest but with profit. And this gentleman from COMESA also talked about how they are actively helping all these nations to create businesses that can help float all boats. So I'm hoping, again, by the end of this conference, that all of us can hold hands and give our commitment to the nation of Uganda, saying that we want to help, and we're here to help to use our expertise in the digital payment system. I would like to help MTN to have 90% cell phone penetrations. And I would like to also get an authorization from your president to go talk to Elon Musk that we can bring 5G network to start using Starlink. And that could happen very, very quickly. So therefore, reaching our leapfrogging of other countries. Again, I really think the will of the government is the #1 priority that we have. And today we saw Minister Chris was here, the Prime Minister was here, and I really believe that commitment is there for us to move forward. And I'm very, very encouraged to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question for you is something you've tried to shed light on. Can you share any examples of successful cross-sector collaboration where fintech and development partners come together to lift up underserved groups?
Yes. The foundation for wealth is education. So we're happy to announce that we have brought in a software company called Rewards for Education to improve the attendance rate of your elementary school children. We also developed a software that enable folks from all over the world. I didn't realize this. During 30 years ago, there are so many Ugandans fled Uganda because of the dictator that you had. And that number is in the tens of millions. And when they tried to get a record of what they had here, it was like almost impossible task. It was so expensive, and they have to travel everywhere to try to get their document aligned. But again, we're happy to announce that by using blockchain technologies, we're able to bring those documents for those folks overseas, or even native Ugandans. You can hopefully soon, I'm talking about within a year, you should be able to access your graduation record, your transcript, your medical records, all of that online. And that's the successful case we already have. And we look forward to have that download in conjunction with MTN. And again, they are the foundation of the technology to make this possible.
Thank you.
Right.
Shall we have a round of applause for Peter? Let's have closing remarks from Richard, speaking about financial inclusion for underserved communities. General remarks.
Thank you, Edward, and thank you, Peter, for offering that olive branch. We look forward to working together so that we can scale the adoption of smartphones in this country. In terms of closing, I just wanted to speak to the connection between Africa and the Middle East. It's something that probably I should have mentioned earlier. We have ensured that, first of all, we all aware that a lot of our people travel to the Middle East. So there's a to and fro movement, and it's been growing very fast. And that, of course, requires that they're able to send money back home. So we've ensured that that seamless transactions happen, for them to be able to, get back to their loved ones, to develop themselves here. Last year alone, we were able to process $400 million in terms of inbound remittances. That is general. But for the Middle East accounted for about 18%. So about $71 million was specifically from the Middle East. And that is something that we want to continue to grow quickly. And then coming back to my sister Alice, Alice talked about high transaction fees. And of course, that is really to do with the withdrawal. It's a sentiment that has continuously come up to say our withdrawal fees are quite high. And that is why we're able to develop some solutions which are cashless in nature. So the question, what the challenge we usually give our customers is, why are you withdrawing money? If there are Momo Pay outlets, we have a lot of outlets that accept cashless payments. It's a behavior thing. We have a lot of work to do in terms of sensitization. But we also reward customers that tend to do cashless payments more than those that withdraw money. We do have 5 loan products that are available to customers. And I can tell you, even in terms of the scoring, the customer that tends to make more cashless payments actually tends to get a higher limit in terms of loan, because then we tend to trust you more because you're not taking out money as it comes in. Because you tend to, when you receive money, what do you do with the money? You do bill payments, pay school fees, a lot of ways of, you save some of it, invest some of it, do cashless payments. So many options of how to spend the money. But the mindset that our customers generally have is, I need to take it out in cash. So I think the challenge that we have is to do that customer education, to say, when you spend this money digitally, it's actually going to yield much more fruit in the long run, as opposed to having to take it. Cash is very expensive to manage. Cash is risky, even to the agents that have to deal with the cash. And that's why we're saying, I think the cashless is the way to go. And this is in line with the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, the National Development Plan. All the frameworks are in place. We just need to implement them collectively to ensure that we actually go cashless as a nation. And then I think the other challenge that we need to work on is the business loans. We have done very well in terms of individual loans, but now we need to fuel financing for small businesses to be able to actually grow into what they do. So that is one of the key focus areas we're going to work on, to ensure that we deliver business loans that make sense to our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you all, our panelists, for the visionary insights. Today's session reinforces that financial inclusion is no longer about just bank accounts. It's about building resilient infrastructure, empowering real people, and unblocking digital pathways to economic mobility. With DPI and DPG and bold innovation, we now have the tools. The challenge ahead is scale, collaboration, and equity. Let's ensure that the next billion are not just connected, but included. Thank you very much, and thank you all. Maybe a photo for the panelists.
All right, let's have a photo for the panelists. Then thereafter, we will definitely then after that, the panel will definitely have interviews. The panelists will have interviews up there, and we'll continue. One more time, MTN, first and foremost, I want to thank you. I actually don't own a bank account. Yeah, so I am more of a mobile money guy. When it comes, I spend it just like that. I don't even have cash even right now. So I'm sorted, I am good. I'm not complaining of withdrawal charges. I'm very okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to almost the conclusion of this beautiful event. Tomorrow we have another one, and also Friday. But also, can you turn to your neighbor and tell them, neighbor, are you okay? Yeah, have they said anything to you yet? Or what they have been, you know, the SC is being, you know, it's been hitting on the bone marrow. Ay man, this SC in this place. Don't you worry. If you're first time here in Serena Hotel, think they're always like this. Yeah, they're always like this. But don't you worry. We're coming to the end of this place, of this particular session. Allow me, let's do this one thing now. Everything can be digital, inclusive of, you know, medication. Recently, I was somewhere and then I had the whole list of medication that I wanted, and I just decided to download an app, and then medicine was delivered in my office. I did not need to get out of that place. So I realized, wow, this is fantastic and very amazing. You just need to take a picture of your doctor's report, send it. Everything really can actually be done. So life is easy. Life is easy. How many of you have bank accounts? You look very serious. You all look like you have bank accounts. But some of you, even though who have bank accounts, don't have money there. So yeah, yeah. Majority of you. There is a guy I found has 3 bank accounts, but he's a broke. He's a broke. So me and them, we are of the same kind. Me, I have at least money on my mobile money. At least I always have there some good money. So I am very okay. So now, while you're at that, there is a transaction you can still make medical-wise. And now, this is where My Doctor comes in. Now, today we want to launch something very beautiful with My Doctor. Allow me invite Nicholas to actually come through. And we do this, all right? Can you clap for him? If you don't clap, they will also invite your child in the future, and they will never clap for him. Yeah, what you sow is what you what? Is what you reap. You're most welcome, Nicholas. I'm telling you. Nicholas, this is for, yeah, this thing is for short people. You need a microphone, you want to use this one? This one's fine. This was mine, but it's okay.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I know most people will be probably tired or hungry, so I try to keep it short, but I'll hope it still is a little bit valuable. So first of all, I'm Niklas Inderst. I'm from the Technical University of Munich, and I'm the CTO of My Doctor. So at My Doctor, we are developing a digital healthcare platform which makes access to healthcare for the population in East Africa easier. So 20 years ago, you needed bricks, mortar, and a waiting room to deliver healthcare. Today, half of Uganda's population already carries the hardware we need in their pocket, a mobile phone. So our task is simple. Turn this phone into a clinic that's fast, affordable, and reliable. So let me show you how we are doing this at My Doctor and why it matters for healthcare across Africa. So let's start with the reality on ground. Uganda has roughly 1 doctor per 25,000 citizens. That's like 1 GP covering an entire football stadium of people. And the result of this is kind of predictable. People queue for hours just to have routine symptoms checked. Meanwhile, we are fighting on 2 fronts: a steady rise in chronic illnesses like diabetes, and at the same time, frequent outbreaks of infectious diseases. So those 2 waves hit at the same time. They hit a limited workforce, so capacity is stretched really to the breaking point. But there's one silver lining. More than half of the population already carries a mobile phone, and the smartphones are getting cheaper every month. We just heard that's a goal of MTN. COVID-19 accelerated that shift. So regulators who once hesitated now actively encourage telemedicine, electronic health records, and even AI-assisted triage. So for clinics, automation means less time pushing papers around and more time with the actual patients. For ministry, good data means better planning. So the combination of dire need, widespread mobile access, and also policy support is really a good breeding ground for digital healthcare to happen, and for us to leapfrog these outdated systems and build truly data-driven healthcare. So to understand why digital healthcare really matters here in Africa, here in Uganda, we have to look at a day-to-day reality. The first one I want to mention here is demographics. As most people will know, Africa's median age sits below 20 years old. That means that most patients are mobile native. They already bank, they learn, and socialize on their phones. So me, I'm a Gen Z, so I know that most of my people at my age use their mobile phone much too often every day, many hours. So we grow up with this kind of system. And this means that introducing such a digital healthcare system is really, really easy. The second one is the clinical load. So facilities still handle malaria and TB outbreaks, but at the same time, hypertension, diabetes, and cancer are rising very, very quickly. And this dual burden stretches limited human resources in unpredictable ways across Uganda. The third one is economics. Many primary care spending still comes straight out of the pockets of the patients, meaning every extra Boda ride or hours lost in queue is real money being spent, being lost. And digital tools can really cut this travel or waiting time, and it translates directly into affordability. The fourth and final one here is data fragmentations. Most records live in paper folders stacked behind somewhere at a reception desk in hospitals. I think everybody who ever visited a hospital here in Uganda, they know that. So there's no structured data. This means a patient referred from a rural clinic arrives in the city without nothing more but his memory about what he came here for last time. This also means that ministries can't really plan vaccination or even drug budgets. So to summarize this slide, digital health, if tailored properly, really meets those needs that I just mentioned. So we're talking about digital health, but what do we actually mean by this term? So summarized in 2 sentences, digital health is the fusion of information technology with day-to-day delivery, management, and coordination of healthcare. This stretches from AI-powered symptom checkers to diagnostic tools, to even old-fashioned SMS reminders to take your medicine. I want to mention 5 core building blocks here. The first one is artificial intelligence diagnostics. Then we have telemedicine, electronic medical records, mobile health apps, and real-time decision support dashboards for care providers. And together, they let us manage data in a more efficient way. I want to mention here that the point is not to copy-paste paper workflows onto a computer. That's not what we're doing here. It's to re-engineer the path a patient takes so that care is easier to reach, quicker to deliver, and more accurate. Across Africa, we see 4 different technologies currently reshaping healthcare. The first one is AI-driven triage. This means large language model symptom checkers trained on regional data hold a thorough conversation with the patients before anybody reaches the front desk. So they can identify red flag symptoms, they can reassure low-risk cases, and also handle clinicians a structured summary of the patient. Secondly, there's telemedicine or telemedicinic consultation as the new default. This means clinics are building in video, audio, and even simple chat consultations directly into their daily schedules. For a patient in Gulu or Arua, this means expert advice, maybe from Kampala, without a 6-hour bus ride to the next biggest city. The third one is structured electronic records. I already talked about this. And fourth, we have multi-channel access. So we already heard about this. There are a lot of people who don't have access to high-end smartphones, Android phones, Apple phones. So successful platforms use multiple ways. The smartphone app for urban users, SMS for button phones, and USSD for everybody with a basic phone. So digital health priorities look very different depending on where you stand. In richer areas of the world, like in North America, in Europe, but also in the Middle East, the conversation is about shaving minutes off the patient journey, boosting self-service, for example, and also integrating AI into already existing and well-functioning hospitals. But here in Africa, the conversation is very different. The first hurdle is very basic access. So people still walk miles to a clinic. They pay cash and queue all morning before getting access to healthcare. So it's not about expensive virtual reality systems. It's about mobile-first or even SMS-first solutions to deliver care at scale. Look, for example, at Babil in Rwanda or CribND in Nigeria. They succeed not because they're very, very high-tech or something, or because they have flashy tech, but because they change how patients, they work on how patients already behave. It's a quick triage on the phone and a follow-up call if needed. So as lightweight AI models and open API spread, this gap narrows. African teams are perfecting resilient healthcare, and those lessons are now influencing global vendors who suddenly realize they need offline or USSD. So here we come back to the leapfrogging we already heard about. So Africa isn't just catching up on this. In many respects, it's teaching the rest of the world how to build inclusive digital healthcare. And this underlines everything that we are doing at MyDoctor. So let me talk more about what we are doing at MyDoctor. Like I said, we're building a digital healthcare platform which makes access to healthcare easier for patients in East Africa. There are 4 things I want to mention here. The first one, it's modular. So we started with AI triage, added teleconsultation, electronic health records, and then referral tracking. So each piece of these ones can stand alone by itself. So a small rural clinic might start with a chatbot, triage, and SMS, and that's it. But for a clinic in the hospital, for a clinic in Kampala, for example, they can take the full suite. Then I want to mention the impact here. So early tests show how we can shave an average of 45 minutes of a patient visit, 45 minutes, by simply pre-screening symptoms and routing low-risk cases to remote follow-up calls. So doctors spend more time on complex cases and the queues shrink. So let me show you how our approach works in more detail and why it stands apart. So we switched the entire care journey into one seamless loop. So it's one central platform which combines all of these aspects. A patient starts with a chatbot, moves to remote or in-person consultation, gets follow-up, and if needed, a referral to another hospital. So whether you have a smartphone, a basic phone, bad 3G connection, whatever, you can reach the service even through an app, web, SMS, or USSD. And so crucially, we test everything live at a MyDoctor hospital here in Kampala, and nurses give feedback in the morning. Engineers in Munich push an update by nightfall. So the whole platform is developed in Munich with collaboration with the hospital here in Kampala. The full triage flow uses less data than a single Instagram post and runs on a $100 Android phone. So that's how we build digital health that actually sticks in East African settings. I now want to show a couple of screenshots basically from the platform. So it's not 100% live yet. We're about to run the pilot with the My Doctor Clinic, but just some simple screenshots. I know it's a little bit hard to see in the back. So we have 3 different access points, one for the doctors, for the patients, and for the administration of the hospital. Right, the users sign up and then can access all these different modules within the platform. This is our AI healthcare chatbot, so I want to talk about this some more now. This is the front line of our digital platform, as I already described. Patients start a new conversation on the website by SMS or even through the USSD menu. Then the bot greets them in English or Luganda, and they have a conversation in English or Luganda. Under the hood, we have a fine-tuned large language model like ChatGPT that is trained on Ugandan healthcare data and Ministry of Health guidelines here from Uganda. So this makes the whole dialogue culturally and clinically on point. So malaria isn't just a random edge case here like it is for all these other healthcare chatbots that we have in the West. So let me show you a couple of screenshots. So as you can, this is some screenshots from the chatbot conversation. So as you can see at the beginning, we're trying to start to get a general picture of what a patient is suffering from. The chatbot asks a couple of general questions. It then gets into more detail about the symptoms, painings of the patients, and it roughly asks 4 to 10 different questions during this time. So at the end, it also can recommend visiting the nearest My Doctor clinic if symptoms worsen or if it's something very serious. So for this summit, I wanted to give everybody access to the chatbot to try it out. So please feel invited to scan the QR code on the screen. You are able to chat with the chatbot. It's the chatbot that we are using at the My Doctor clinic, and you can just try it out and see how it works. Otherwise, you can also go to the My Doctor website, and then you'll see access to the chatbot. So all of this is happening together with our partners in Germany, in London, and in Kampala here. We're working with DH Solutions Africa, which basically develops the whole platform together with My Doctor. We're working with Makerere University, with the Technical University of Munich, and then, of course, with High People Foundation, who are basically our megaphone into the community. So their digital channels ensure that patients actually discover and trust the tools that we are building. Then we're also part of digital entrepreneurship support networks like the German Accelerator or Moving Worlds. So in general, this is a joint effort between teams in Kampala and Munich. So kind of to summarize it, to wrap it up, every module that we are building is field tested at the My Doctor Hospital before the release. So the staff feedback is recorded, issues are fixed, and updates are redeployed together with our team in Munich. And the stack is offline first and multi-channel. We have, like I said, web, SMS, USSD, and consultations can continue on a small feature phone, on a basic button phone. Development is joint. We have Ugandan clinicians who report the workflow gaps and German engineers who address them at the same day. The objective is straightforward. We try to provide reliable, efficient care in low resource settings and make digital tools part of everyday clinic practice. So thank you very much for listening. Let's work together to bring this standard of care to every clinic that needs it in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen? I'm telling you. So in simple terms, now you don't, at night you wake up, first way is to call your MSAO, just get your phone, have first tell AI your problems. So while you're in there, you tell it every detail, it gives you symptoms, then it will tell you, you know what, based on what you've explained, I think you need to go to the nearest physician. But I think this is life simplified, isn't it? Can we clap for the Gen Z? Yeah. Gen Zs. How many Gen Zs? If you're a Gen Z in this place, no, madam, no, you're not. don't even think about it. You're not a Gen Z. It is very evident. You are in my league. Yeah, as the mature people, the older people. But can we clap for this creativity and innovation that comes from each one of us? Now that shows you that you are your own limitation. You are your own limitation. In whatever capacity that you are in, you can be able to create a solution that will actually change millions of lives out there. So thank you very much for coming through. And tomorrow we'll be here, same time, same place. I know you're all looking at me like we are going into you know how that evening classes, those evening classes, how we'll be looking like, very tired, very, you're like, continue. But this is not one of them. But thank you very much. Now it's time for networking, get to know each and everybody who is here. And I know we come from different spectrums of life. I am King Wesley, King Radio. I'm also the general manager of Spirit TV, Spirit FM, and also an innovator as well. Recently innovated a music platform that is paying artists money directly to their phones, not from anywhere else. Like we said, it's Innovation Week. Please find something you can actually innovate, all right? So welcome one more time. I want to welcome you, closing this beautiful session. And then we'll definitely be back here tomorrow and also on Friday. But thank you very much. May the good Lord bless you so very much. Clap for me. Thank you. So yes, clap for yourselves one more time as well.